Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. League's assassin. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Earth Shaker.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Welcome back. It is drafting time here between TSpirit and Live to Win, two teams of the invited kind here for the upper division of the Eastern European DPC League. A very important series, especially if TSpirit wants to keep their hopes alive of having a chance of making it to the major. For Live to Win, they want more than just making it into the major. They want to go all the way and they want to go higher than just top 3, but they also need to win this one for that. So we'll find out which one is the better team. We're joined by Purge on the big screen right there. Got Kyle and T with me as well. I mean, it's great. These 3 guys are just going to talk Dota to you for the next like 10, 15 minutes because I believe we have a draft.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a delay. We were going to fill. Okay. Whew.
No. Take it away.
Oh my God, not again.
We got the Slark into Batrider.
Why?
Surprise.
What do you mean why? This is like a development of the series and it shows that there's been, you know, regions are looking at other regions.
I just haven't seen this lose yet. I've seen Bat Nix 4 times lose to Slark, second picked in response. It just, I don't think you can get away with openers that are just absolutely decimated by a single hero. And they also have Earthshake.
I think the important thing about this is...
Wait, we see Purge talk, but we can't hear him.
Oh, I was a bit surprised that Purge didn't say anything.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, oh, I gave him the moment. I was like, this is a nice point for Purge to make after Kyle.
Wait, am I turned?
Test,
yes,
Hello?
there you are.
Oh, did you mute yourself?
Nope, it wasn't me, I don't think. That one, the rare production error. Usually it's us guys when you do remote broadcast, almost always the casters and the analysts, but this one, the one time
it's all right. JJ.
So anyway, Kyle was saying about how Nick's Batriders lost pretty much every time to Slark, and then Purge had a great point to make after that.
Yes. I think there was only one time that Batrider won the lane against the Slark in all the games we played, and it was like the day after or the same day that the Slark had already been picked by, I believe, Nigma to beat the Batrider. So yeah, in lane, it's pretty much always been Slark winning and can be very effective at all stages.
I think the interesting thing will be what's the flexibility of this Batrider. We've just seen it go to position 5. We've seen as well it can go to obviously off lane and mid. And maybe Live to Win has a trick up their sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean...
And I hope that should be the case.
Seneko can certainly play Bat. I've seen him do it before, and I think that you have to in this spot. Yeah, it'll be a rough game, but you cannot just mindlessly place this Batrider mid and pray that there's no Slark there, because it's just... You're just losing a lane and giving Slark a free game in a hero with a hero that's hard counterban. It just doesn't work.
Also, I don't want to harp on the Bat too much, but it's interesting when a team first picks, well, not first picks, but when they are first pick, go for the Batrider, because there's never a point in the draft where you can comfortably go, this is where the Bat lanes. And simply because this Slark, when he's flexed between both mid and carry, it's so easy to cover that pick. So again, very interesting to see how Live to Win approaches this draft. Were they expecting Spirit to have such confidence with a Slark in the first phase? I don't know. But again, it's good to see TSpirit having that kind of development from their previous series and having the confidence to mirror other strategies that teams have been demonstrating.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Both Mapushka and Seneko have been around in the scene for some time. Not with the results, the pedigree perhaps of the other famous Eastern European captains, FNG and Solo, but they've always kind of perennially been next up. Seneko specifically, he was highly recruited out of Na'Vi. Controversially, they chose to build around him instead of Dendi. That team never really found great success. They were always on the cusp. Then he went to NIP, was kicked from there by the organization, but now he's got his own stack, and they're looking to make a name for themselves. And I root for him because I think he's got one of the... people see him as like a...
Disruptor.
I don't want to say toxic, but like angry. Well, you're not even listening to me, Tika. I was just talking about the draft.
No, I'm listening.
I'm trying to talk about one of my players.
Why do people think Seneko is angry?
Because he got kicked a couple times.
He wouldn't be angry.
He's more emotional, but I've kind of gravitated more towards that because it's kind of who I was too.
You were toxic?
Don't say gun anymore, Perch.
Ooh, new hero.
Kyle's very passionate.
Yeah,
passionate. That's the word I'm looking for.
That's the word.
Hero, a little unexpected. We've barely seen him in this recent meta, but it's a pretty stable 5. The cool thing is you can do stun pull-ups really easy on allies. On Nyx stuns, on Batrider Lassos pull into Ice Path, so if they can catch Slark, chain disabling him can be really effective, assuming that Earthshaker isn't interrupting your...
Yeah, I think as well it's maybe a development of the Shaker meta that we're seeing. He provides a strong lane in front of the tower, but if the Jakiro can start bullying the off lane, push it under the tower and start getting his own pulls off, you can maybe offset that kind of laning phase Shaker presence or lack of presence that he often has.
My God.
That's a really good point.
I'm a huge fan of this. I've always loved Disruptor Underlord and Disruptor Abaddon. You have these 2 heroes that just frontline.
Yeah, you get the vision.
They run at you.
You walk at the high ground.
Yeah, and they prevent you from running at the Disruptor. We also saw this yesterday in the Storm plus Abaddon Liquid ran. I like it equally as much with the Slark because now you have this hero that has a get out of jail free card. Pop the ult. If you get the ult off, you're going to survive. A shield will purge the disable and boom. Darkseer really nice. Lanes well against the Slark, especially with the Nyx, and it steals the Abaddon's auras. Although he's not really a Vlad Spire anymore. Used to be more effective.
I do like Live to Win's response to kind of the we don't want Bat to have a good game, where they have a really strong offlane and their kind of ability as a team to collapse will be very strong, and they will outweigh the farm that Slark gets in that mid lane if he does go there, because the overwhelming presence of the entire team of Live to Win will outweigh kind of the lack of damage that TSpirit has. They have good eventual damage, but it's very much like a slow fight. They need to really like survive. Slark needs to build up his stacks, hit the big slam, turn it around. But yeah,
I don't know. I still feel like Live to Win's ahead in the draft, and
even with the Bat, because now they kind of cemented the Bat to be mid.
Sorry,
you think Spirit's in the head?
Spirit's ahead in the draft, and they have last pick.
Yeah.
Which is always spooky to me because they're going to be able to pick their perfect matchups. They'll see the full draft. This still looks like it's a bad mid, which
it is. Yeah.
It just. Core bat into this just seems impossible.
I figured they would rotate it out of core, but with the Jakiro and the Darkseer pickup.
Could be called Jakiro. It's good. I'm a believer.
It's not Alliance, mate.
I feel like the Bat Slark matchup Slark can threaten the Batrider, and obviously he does well against him at all of the phases of the game, and your Slark is like far over leveled than you'd normally expect. But like Batrider, I think can get levels in farm without dying, and then hypothetically pressure the map. It's not going to be easy against Abaddon as one of the other gank targets, but I don't think it's like the end of the world necessarily, assuming Batrider doesn't get ganked too much in the mid lane, and he is survivable against Earthshaker Fissure ganks, so like he's got some options. I think Live to Win need a really strong melee carry here that gives them the ability, ideally, to be able to pressure or threaten Abaddon if possible.
Go for a void.
That's a full committal.
Yeah.
Pressure. It's good against Slark. You're right. Chronosphere is very good there, and they've got great follow-up with Jakiro. There are some nice combos. You're definitely right about that.
It's just too slow, I fear.
Yeah, I think it's a bit all in on one hero because you hate playing into Disruptor and Abaddon. So, but again, if this was ever a game that you could maybe slot it in, this could be the one. I think going off the points about the Slark mid, it's additionally how is he playing after a maybe good farm in the mid lane? Who's he really like enabling? Where is he kind of rotating and suddenly getting a free kill? I'm not really seeing that. So it will be a little bit different than the previous Slark v Bat matchups. And that's why I think Live to Win, they have this confidence of still putting it there because they know there's not going to be this 10-minute timing of, oh wow, look at the support duo and a Slark running at us. It's a disruptor, it's a shaker. They're a lot slower. They like to kind of have patience entering their game.
Could also anti-mage, as we saw them do.
I thought you didn't like it.
I don't, but their options are pretty limited here. They need a straight-up game winner, and it's got to have a good matchup against the Slark. You know it's likely landing against a Baden.
10 seconds.
There's not that many choices.
5 seconds remaining.
They could just go complete, illusion hero here. Even though there's a shaker, whatever. Your PLs, your Nagas. You then still have the option of go for more of a stronger laner into the Abaddon, which would be the Troll Warlord.
The bands tell me they're picking something that's going to be more passive, like a Death Prophet out. They want to make sure Spirit can't just add tempo and take this in the mid game. So I'm thinking they're leaning anti-mage.
Yeah, I hate saying it, but whenever there's these type of heroes where they don't have strong, reliable, cheap lockdown, that's where anti-mage does thrive. But
Banned.
Oh, thank God, I didn't want to watch that.
I really.
Oh my God.
I can't.
So what's in the pool that does the same thing?
I want to see an illusion hero.
And you will not get one.
Well, he could buy a Manta.
That's
sure. Okay,
I hope he doesn't though.
I was thinking about Ricky earlier in the draft. That doesn't super combo with Darkseer. It's not like the most straightforward combo, but it's pretty elusive. Like Disruptor can counter it potentially at the right times, but I think it's okay. It's definitely a hero a carry that's been pretty much ignored the last couple of weeks, even though we recognize that that's one of the better heroes and better carries in the meta.
I also like the fact that with Ricky, you have a really interesting matchup with Disruptor, where you can Tricks of the Trade, dodge the Glimpse, but then if the Disruptor's in position, he can still Static Storm on top of your Tricks of the Trade. So there's going to be that constant battle of when the support wants to pressure that carry, is the Ricky in position to correctly kind of dodge these spells? But yeah, this early pressure I see from the Abaddon plus whatever cores left, that could overwhelm the lack of, I guess, tower defense that Live to Win has. And they go for a Juggernaut. Yeah.
What?
Well, it's going to be, the offlane Abaddon, the mid Slark into the Batrider like we mentioned, and then now we got to carry Jug. They have so much grouping now. I like this actually.
This is something OG used to do all the time. Jug safe, mid Slark, or vice versa. I like it because I think they're just securing their lanes. My fear is really just that Riki runs over this entire game, but it's easier said than done.
A lot of farm needed for that.
Yeah.
Burge, first thoughts from you?
I like the Jug because it's going to make him pretty survivable against like a Darkseer lane. He can offset Ion Shells with Spin and Healing Ward. Maybe the Ricky is a little scary, but he's also survivable against Batrider too. So I feel like the Jug is going to be pretty safe, and it makes all three of the cores on TeamSpirit really difficult for Batrider to gank, and it means Batrider is going to have to just eat supports if he wants to have kill advantage. So, or just farm a lot, which isn't necessarily as good. So I like what TeamSpirit is going for here.
All right, thank you very much. Come back to you after.
Totally agree. This Bat cannot touch cores. He effectively will be farming, gaining map control, and killing supports. I think if Bat dies once in this game, it's already over. And it's Slark versus Bat. And they gave it to him middle.
T does not agree.
I just realized they've got Slark, Jug, and Abaddon into a Darkseer. That wall, the amount of value that you can get from that wall alone,
true.
This could literally be the Darkseer.
They have Ice Path on top.
Yeah, like I'm kind of, I want to see this Darkseer pop off. Like if this is a game where Darkseer can really cement value of wall, this is the game. So if they can survive the pressure that they apply, then
it's just so hard.
Have the enemy carries farm up so that you can create really strong copies of them. That definitely seems like a solid strategy here in the first game for Live to Win. Let's see if Afterlife's Darkseer can carry this on his back, or if we will see TeamSpirit take the first game. We're going to head over to a commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game one here of Live to Win versus TeamSpirit. Fogged, we've seen the lineups of the panel. They're sort of split on this one. I mean, what are you preferring here? You're liking this dynamic of Spirit with running both the Slark and the Juggernaut as their two main cores? Or do you prefer Live to Win's lineup built around, ensuring that this Ricky's going to be able to pop off?
I like both. I actually think both have a lot of fun stuff. I'm a little worried, to be honest, of Spirit with their playmaking. Yeah, but their cores, nobody can make the play. It's really all about if the Slark snowballs and if he's able to make plays with the help of the supports, but it's really just completely reliant on these two. They're Shaker and Disruptor, and I think as the panel said, they're full committals. When these heroes do make these moves, their abilities it's a full commit, right? Like you're gonna glitch them back, you're gonna filter, you don't have very good follow-up. But like Live to Win could honestly collapse and just have this really strong presence in the mid game. Even if their lanes might not go the best, their team fight, their combo is ridiculous.
I mean,
The battle begins.
and you know, we're obviously seeing the Slark being picked many times now to counter the bat in the mid lane. But we don't ever really see the bat move away from mid because of that matchup, even though we do see the bat struggle.
Yeah.
Is that expected? Is it just not bad enough for a team to say, you know what, let's switch the bat's lanes and get him out of this matchup?
No, in this game, you definitely can't because they did 3 cores that just counter the bat and lane.
True.
So for this one, you definitely can't. But it's a hero that's kind of locked in its role. You don't really have anywhere else, in my opinion, that you can actually go a lot of the times as Bat Rider. We don't see it played as 5 position. We don't see it played as off lane or 4. It's just not really a thing anymore.
Yeah.
We did see it, of course. Eknar played at 5, but you know that's because they had to relegate it as a 5 because of how hard it was countered.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be interested to see what sort of game FN can have on the mid bat here. For sure.
Yeah.
It's, doesn't look easy. But
No, but they do have the Ricky. I think that's something. Ricky and Nyx can change a couple of things, right? Because if the Slark isn't careful and the bat gets a blink dagger at a time, if they drop a cloud on him and then they go for the lasso plays, there's no counterplay. So I feel like they can use their vision advantage to a pretty decent merit. Because this is a vision game, of course, too, as we see Slark and Disruptor on one side and we see Bat Rider, Nyx, and Ricky on the other. So it's going to be a lot about these initiations and who gets these good jumps and all that information.
And you sort of feel the same way as T was looking at the Darkseer and felt that this is a game where the Darkseer could have huge impact.
Yeah, he's got the two of the best combo heroes with him. Nyx as well as Jakiro. The vacuum wall impact is going to be huge in those versus 3 of these cores that just give him amazing illusions. Bottom, the spin will go off, but Darkseer is one of those tanky beasts. Fine. Immersion splits away with boots. Seeing mid actually going in favor of the bat right now.
No, that's true, actually. By quite a bit as well, considering that there's CS here for him to still pick up. So, yeah, nearly sort of a wave advantage on the last hits there for FN's bat. Top lane, Mirror.
Yeah.
He might be pretty dead here. They're going to have tricks of the trade up in a second. And is he in range of the slow? Not
Dodged
quite.
the breath. Nice boots.
Just out of range, yeah. Mirror's able to make it away, and that ends up being a fair bit of distraction there, taking the 2 of them quite a while away from the lane to chase him.
Yeah, that'll hurt the Ricky a lot there. They will be able to get a pull. It looks like Seneco's going to be able to pull the lane back, so at least they get that. But yeah, Collapse is going to get all these free 5 last hits on tower. And yeah, mid continues to still be FN. It's more evened out now, but FN doing a great job, and he is making sure that he stacks his camps. I think that's something that I see some of these mid bats not do so much when they are straight countered by Slark. Just stack. You'll be able to farm those and be able to at least keep up and farm versus that.
We'll see if... I mean, do you imagine sort of the build that we'll always see from the mid Slarks will be this diffusal into Aghanims? Is that pretty much the only way to play it from the mid lane?
Yeah, definitely. It feels like the best one.
Yeah.
The Aghanims, I feel like, is a snowball item, though. You can go Diffusal.
Okay, depends.
And if things start going bad, then you find an in-between item. If things start really going amazing, of course, you get your bottom level spin. Set up for the kill again.
See what? Top lane. Dream gets back over. Still, yeah, that sort of time away from the lane definitely hurting us. He's the one struggling the most to get the farm here so far. Bottom lane, Afterlife. Get away with the TP. Goes to the tower though, to stick around. Does still have a tango, so fine. 4-minute runes coming into play. It's down bottom. As will they be able to secure it for FN? It looks like they will. Toronto Tokyo trying to make his way down, but yeah, he can't go for this with Immersion hanging around by the rune. And we'll be able to refill the bowl.
He was getting burnt the whole way. That was a little bit scary if he did continue going on top of FN. You know what else I'm realizing too about the draft with the Darkseer and the combo and everything? They do have Ricky, and what do we know that Ricky gets? Oh, there's Battle Fury. The combo potential really is there for Live to Win. Battle Fury, Vacuum, Ice Path, Nyx stun,
yeah, that's going to be so much damage.
Yeah,
I mean,
they get to that point.
Sure. And then if it does, if it is getting to that point where Ricky's got like the Ags and the Battle Fury, there's a good chance that the Slark and the Jug are also going to have items. And then it's sort of a question of, is this wombo combo built around setting up for the Ricky? work out the best.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's going to be fine, but how's he doing on regen? He's got pretty much plenty of one charges, so he'll be able to stick around in that lane soon to hit the level 6. So for Tokyo,
Yatoro. Oh, he tries to steal the bounty rune away from the Darkseer Afterlife with a full bottle. See that purchased earlier. Nice attempt there from the Jug.
Collapse. Being a little low this time round. He's going to pop the shield, but he's looking pretty dead. Sticking around a little too long. A lot of tips coming out there as well as a Collapse definitely making the mistake of hanging around far too long, despite having no regen or stick or anything to save himself.
I think Seneko liquid fired him and he shielded the liquid fire. So then you just dual breath him and he cannot run away. That was a pretty big mistake there coming out from Collapse. He also was staying there incredibly low for a long time. See the runes checked again, live to win. They'll have the Nyx set up for bottom.
Radiant's
This time, Tokyo can actually scurry for it.
Tokyo's got the treads done, and we'll see sort of how his game matches up against FN's. As obviously so far 6 minutes in, FN getting just as much out of the lane. That's going to be a definite win there for Live to Win, as we have seen sometimes this matchup just really favor the Slark and the Bat getting pretty much pressured out of the lane. Up in the case.
I think it's absolutely huge that he's able to get this for the team. The fact that they have this Darkseer too with the Bat and Bat, like Darkseer, Nyx, and Bat, these three can go set up so many ganks in so much space. This is going to be an early boots of travel.
And we see it again, and indeed it played out exactly as you say. It's a little too early with the Aphotic Shield, but I mean, he looked kind of dead either way, right? He was very low.
I think so. But those are the windows that you look for when you're playing Jakiro.
Yeah.
These are like little things when you're so used to playing these, like a Bat and Shields. Like you're just like, oh my god, yes, I can actually use my spell. Oh, he'll be a little bit more careful. Sure.
See, I mean, sort of the other lanes. I mean, nobody's getting really shut out. It was just that top lane really where Dream was not getting quite as much, but obviously having that burst blood really offsets the light that you're finding up there.
Yeah, it's a bit under level too because they got pulled all the way to the side. He missed a full creep wave, so there is that. But yeah, he'll be enabled because of this Jakiro anyway, who's gonna just constantly pull. He'll be able to get levels. He's not supposed to be the one getting kills in the lane either, as this Ricky. It's supposed to be on the opposite side. The Jug is supposed to be the one getting kills with the Disruptor. It's always just a huge sign that Live to Win's able to do that with more of a passive approach.
Middle tower is under attack.
Bottom, again, they always attempt. This time they will catch Immersion.
They might have him this time. Oh no,
he's speedy.
Just kidding. They've got the Surge. Oh, but they got the Glimpse. And he's back in range, but not quite enough damage. Immersion will live. Top lane, Mira's trying to chase down Seneko. Seneko, a little too speedy. Catch him.
Wow, Seneko has a null talisman. I guess he's feeling really good about his top lane. He just tries a cheeky one.
If I make the move down bottom, but Smart gets underneath the tower.
All right, that's an interesting move. I didn't see. Did he come down here to kill some stacks or just a pressure play?
I think he tried to get a kill, yeah, but the Spirit were just able to back up clean off.
He gets a nice faded brooch too, so that movement speed always going to be really, really good with these Bat Riders. His bots are almost done. He's quite a bit ahead of this Slark at the moment.
And do you like this from Yatoro this game? I feel like we've seen more Jugs kind of lean towards the Maelstrom build-up, but he's going to be going for the full farm, getting the Ags online, the Battle Fury online for himself this game. As FN, actually, this could be a big catch here. The Firefly, though, is off to the side. He's actually going to be able to turn it by the looks of it. Mira, is he going to tick out? He is. Oh, no, he's not. Mira will live, and FN goes down. So FN,
he went back in for the kill.
He did. He thought he could have it. I thought he'd have it as well, but he didn't. At the same time, top lane now collapses, able to really use his power here to charge down Seneko. Getting a few kills here.
Yeah, I think Yatoro's recognizing that it's going to end up being that farm game, so I think I'm okay with this Battle Fury just being picked up.
Yeah, I mean,
it can set you up to get killed though by Nyx. That's the only scary thing. But
yeah, we'll see. I mean, because this is the thing: if this game does sort of fall into passive farming, you've got this Riki farming, then over on the side of Spirit, you've got this Slark and Jug scaling. I mean, what do you think is going to be easier to play with in the late game? Having your two cores as these scaling carries as Slark and Jug, or just having this incredible wombo combo that Live to Win have to set up for Riki to clean up everything?
Oh god, it's hard to say too because they have Earthshaker, who's like the most broken hero in the game.
Oh, yeah, they do have Shaker as well. Yeah,
that's the thing that kind of fits it in. I feel like Darkseer is probably gonna he can steal the show, but I feel like Earthshaker can just blow things up at it and just change the whole outcome of the game in a couple fights.
I think it's easier for Spirit. I think, you know,
it feels easier, yeah.
Like if their heroes are able to just play their game, and I mean, because it is a passive game, but 9.5 minutes in, it's only 2 for 1. As long as none of their 3 cores get left incredibly behind, you've got to imagine that Live to Win's, they have to pull off those combos. You know, as T said, we've got to see these vacuums catching the 3 cores, getting illusions of at least 2 of them on the wall. Otherwise, the team fights can be done in a much safer way by Spirit.
But they're bound to land the combos. Like, it's gonna happen. With Jakiro, it's very easy. That's why we used to pick it on Dignitas, because we were bad. It's really simple to land that combo. Nyx is a little bit harder. It used to be the target, of course, where you could target heroes with and it would follow the vacuum. That was really busted, but it hasn't been like that for a long time. But the threat is there. It's always gonna be there for them. And there is quite a bit of melee heroes that we are seeing on that Team Spirit side. It's just the Disruptor ranged hero. So they are very vulnerable to getting caught by all these spells.
Sure. But then again, they have the Shaker, you know. It's always like, you look at this game and it's always like, well, they got a Shaker. And if the Shaker is able to get his spells off with the Shard post 20 minutes, they've got a Shaker, you know.
And it might not matter that they get a 5-man vacuum or a 4-man vacuum wall if he just fissures and shards and just kills it. And
it just breaks the combo.
But passive play, 2-1 at 10 minutes 40 seconds. This is the slowest game I feel we've had.
I mean, as I say, I think, well, both teams have got a Battle Fury hero, right? So both carries are going to be kind of okay with this. Yatoro's cool with this. Dream's fine with this. And that they've both definitely got routes to victory with the way that they've drafted in the later stages. So there's no real rush.
Collapse is actually building aura items. So that's an even bigger benefit for the Darkseer. That's probably why I mean, that's what the panel was saying, and that's why they picked it probably versus it, but we thought they wouldn't go for that as Seneko.
He's going to get dragged back here by Miposhka. Dream is on Miposhka. We're going to get the slam coming out, but he's already down. They lose Mira as well as Miposhka. Can they get Toronto Tokyo out of it? They can't. Dream's able to jump in with a blink strike, block him off. And Live to Win. They're feisty today. These tips. First off at the start onto Collapse in that top lane. Toronto, he doesn't care. He just has a cup of tea. He blows it away. He doesn't mind. He's not going to be tilted by this, but yeah, Live to Win there. They're out. They're murderous today.
Do these teams have beef at all or something? These are some pretty aggressive tips coming.
I don't see anybody smiling on the cameras.
Yeah, that looked pretty
serious beef. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I was a little worried about is the collapse that can happen from that Live to Win draft. This Darkseer has had a good lane, so he's fully enabled to have his high-level Ion Shell, and they have great heroes for it. Nyx, Riki, Batrider. Sure, Riki didn't have to really show up, but they can do a lot of damage when they do just run into all these heroes. It's really just the supports who can do much of anything on the side of Spirit. That was the one big concern I had for them. These 3 cores just are passive farmers.
They are. I mean,
the most passive.
You know, they knew they were signing themselves up for this, right, with this draft. They've drafted this lineup, and I think, for Spirit, it's going to be playing out kind of how they want it. Sure, they've lost a few heroes there, here and there, but they are getting to farm, and now they've found quite a big catch here. They've found Dream. Pounce off the mark, though. So Dream's able to jump to the side. Great glimpse, though, from Miposhka. Brings it back up. It doesn't matter, though, because he's a Riki. He's got 2 blink strike charges. He's straight back out, and now Live to Win's ready to turn the fight around as they take down Mira. They're looking towards Collapse. Collapse still trying to find this Riki, but he can't do anything about Dream jumping away once more. The borrowed time comes to an end as Live to Win, the 5 of them, chasing down Collapse. Is under the tower, though. The respect that Yatoro's turned up. They know there's an Omni Slash at the ready. They won't dive any further.
These next few moments for Spirit feel like they're going to be incredibly hard. The mech is already out for the Darks here. Mech, Arcane Boots for Afterlife, damage issues aplenty for Team Spirit until Tokyo in particular gets to the Fusel. Before they have that, they can't make moves. It's going to be too hard for the Earthshaker and Disruptor to get these great catches. They're going to start getting ran at, and Disruptor, as we know, does not like to get ran at, especially from two Invis heroes sneaking around the backs. This is going to be a little hard for Spirit in these next few moments. Yeah, any of these fights kicking off it's going to be really hard for them to actually take it.
And as we've seen, the posture and Mirror cannot lock down this Ricky. He's just all over the place. You know, the Dream's in and he's out, and once these two heroes have thrown down their initial control, you know, Ricky is free to do what he wants in these team fights.
Yeah, he has so much extra HP just because of the little items, right? The Orb of Corrosion, 150 HP, 6 free stats from the Ironwood tree. Makes him a little bit more durable when he goes for this Battle Fury build. Still less than 1k gold lead and about 1k experience lead, only for that Live to Win draft, but you can feel Spirit, their movements are just limited. They have to just farm.
But it is a fine timing on the Battle Fury for Yatora.
It is.
See that, slightly faster than the patch average. Done.
Stacks due to work through.
Onto Tokyo, he's looking for some action with the Diffusal, but Immersion's scouting him out. Immersion's actually going to go straight over towards Mirror, and they're going to be able to take him down into the ice path. They'll finish him off now, looking for the counterplay. Toronto Tokyo jumps in onto Immersion. Afterlife's heading in, though. They've got the full 5 of them here. Great flame break from FN, knocks them back into the combo. Ice path on the wall, it's down, as there'll be a buyback from Mirror. They come in with the Omni Slash. Is it going to be enough damage? No, it's bouncing over towards the creep wave. Yatora trying to finish them off, chasing with the Blade Fury, but he can't close the gap on them. As Live to Win, they're all still alive. Collapse trying to get into the middle of this whole fight, but they'll turn, get the Macropire laid down. Mirror's trying to get in for the Echo Slam. He'll be able to pop it and blow up Immersion, but the rest of Live to Win, they're out of there.
They forced everybody down here, too, at this aggressive play. And we see Dark's here, king of team fights. He's so damn farmed. This mech counteracts all the damage that is coming up from Spirit. Spirit have to back away. And that's going to be the Ricky Battle Fury almost done. And that was Echo Slam.
Oh, he knows Mirror's still around. Oh, but Mirror also knows that he's still around.
Ooh, they might actually set up for him. Tokyo is looking for the wraparound, but there's a lot of heroes still here on Live to Win. Immersion, glimpse back to base. Mid tower. Life.
He got on the side. Got him with the pounce. He's been leashed. He's able to turn around with the vacuum into the ice path. He's trying to get away from Yatoro. Pots the mech and Afterlife's away. He'll get the shell out onto his teammates. Now they can look to try and turn. As they've managed to get the stun onto Yatoro, Yatoro's got no further escape. As Collapse cannot save him. The tips coming out onto Yatoro here once again from Live to Win. Oh my goodness, they want to make this one hurt. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to turn. He's found FN there. I've got the Fisher blocking him off. FN in a bit of trouble there, but the surge comes out. FN's away. Get the glimpse, back into the clouds, Static Storm down as well, but again, FN's got the movement speed to get out of there. Dream Tokyo jumping in over towards Toronto Tokyo. He's in, blocks off the pounce there as he blink strikes in front of him. The tips now over towards Toronto Tokyo. Vacuum back on Meposhka. Immersion's diving in. The Macropire's down. A Fisher from Mirror will slow them down momentarily, but Immersion's still able to get in with the Impale onto Collapse. Immersion now taking tower hits. Will dive for his dive.
They're just bringing the battle. I think they're recognizing exactly what they're up against. 3 farmer heroes, and they have insane combo, insane team fight. Afterlife, nice little cheeky illusion rune play. Gets him out of the leash, gets him off his mech, gets him his surge, resets the fight. And a huge win for them. Now 3k advantage. Ricky Battle Fury online, plus the next start of his battle. Or of his agonies.
Yeah, and the great armor as well. I think Imp Claw's always pretty much the nicest one at this stage for a Ricky. It's just so much damage for nothing. You know, it's always a carry favorite, I feel. Plus 24 damage and a free little crit.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the effect of the smokescreen. Kind of what I felt like I would versus a Slark too. He just puts it down in the back lines of the fights, or right smack in the middle of everything, and they just can't actually finish off a kill on something like FN, who gets glimpsed out of position.
I mean, and to the point, where, do you think Toronto Tokyo is going to get away with going for this Ags after the defusal? Or do you think this is one of those games where you've got to sort of think, do I need the BKB sooner?
I'm not too crazy about it, I'll be totally honest, but they also have no playmaking, so maybe he just needs that to be able to catch heroes.
Okay. Now they get the glimpse back onto Afterlife. Trapped in the kinetic, but they're going to drop the static storm down onto him as well, but it's not enough damage. He's able to walk out to the side, and now Immersion gets the perfect impale setup onto the two of them. He's caught Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to escape, but they've got him. The Slark's down. Mirror to fall as well, and this was the first reveal of Mirror getting that blink dagger. It ends with his death. Collapse also to fall here, as they're just winning each and every single engagement. Live to win.
They're doing it smart. They're just bringing the battle to them. They're bringing 4 or 5 heroes every time. They have 4 or 5 fighters. The side of TSpirit does not. You know, Jug, Abad, and Slark. Slark actually wants to fight. Same thing with Abad. But these heroes are so passive. They can't actually do anything without the backup of the supports. Supports are getting collapsed on. You know, this Nyx, Ricky, the Surge, everything, all this momentum is really starting to build forward for Live to win. And now, Bat Rider already has a BKB.
He does.
And he was versus this hard matchup and these triple cores that were picked to counter him.
Yeah, he's got his BKB, Afterlife. He's also got the Greaves done for the next fight.
Massive.
Immersion. He's got backup. They're trying to guard him, but the cloud's down. Drag back in the cloud. They've just got him. Controlled perfectly. Held in this silence. He cannot escape this, and now the turnover towards Collapse. The Mirror comes in with a good echo. It's enough to break down Immersion. Omnislash comes in as well. They'll cut down Dream. Finally, TSpirit able to find a way to fight back. They'll look to Seneko. They'll get him as well. FN still having a bit of a poke at this. There's 4 heroes up. FN, does he really feel that he can get something done here? He's got to be careful. As he's out to the side, Mirror will be able to get him with the Fisher. They've got the glimpse back as well. FN has to put the BKB. He's got to keep on running it. We'll have another glimpse in 10 seconds, but FN should be able to make it far enough away out of vision.
But nice Echo Slam. Salvage the fight completely for them there. It was looking quite disastrous. They finally slow down this Ricky, who was starting to really snowball out of control. They get the kill on him. The big important target. Who got the last hit as well? It was Yotaro. Perfect. Okay, so the Jug got the last hit on that Ricky too.
And it's still, again, it's like, it's what, 15-8. It's a 4K lead. But Spirit's got the shaker. It still feels like this is still a game that if Mirror can get that shard on in good time, which he is going to be able to, you know, 700 gold towards it on top of that blink, the shaker's still going to have a big impact unless they're able to jump the shaker.
Which they're looking to do a lot. As Mirror just blinks in.
Wait, what?
He's dead. He blinked in there.
Okay. He won't be doing that again. He won't be doing that again.
Immediately regrets his decision.
Yeah.
He knows he did. As Tokyo will persist, he will continue building toward this Aghanim. So this smoke screen, I feel like, is going to be incredibly tough for him to play around.
Sure. And have they got any sort of force or any way of getting him out?
No.
No.
They can't go for that build either.
They can give him a shield, which will give him, obviously, nothing against the silence, but a little bit of protection and maybe a chance to walk off a stun. But for sure, this Ricky is going to be a huge nightmare. And as we've seen, even when he gets his way out, Afterlife's been very smart with the vacuums. They have ways to catch him and just keeping him in it for so long that it really does feel that it's not going to be until he has the defusal and the BKB done that the fights are going to be easy for Toronto Tokyo at all.
No, absolutely. I feel like Live to win in almost every single one of the fights, they should come out advantageous. It's just really going to be eyes on the Earthshaker to see what Mirror can do as he is getting close to this shard. And that's, you know, as we know, that's where the big spike is for the Earthshaker. But there's a lot of vision aspects. He has to be super careful. He is really feeling like it's going to be everything for this TSpirit side as far as control goes. And Ricky's got Ags. So a very powerful Dream already at this moment with a very strong wombo combo team fight. I think they look to just go. Look to fight right now. Actually using... Okay. I guess I thought that was real. That's weird, but he used the Vendetta to kill it.
On the way out here with the smoke, FN, Blink Dagger done.
Immersion lead the charge, level 12. Wombo combo team fight. It's all, like I said, all eyes on Mira. Eyes on this Earthshaker to have hope for TSpirit. They're actually just going to start the rush. Not the best way to really kill it with just the Ricky in there.
They don't really have the best ways of taking that down.
No.
That's
Illusion
not
gonna
gonna
scout
happen.
them out. And there's the shard. So he's actually on the way with being able to pick it up. So shard and level 12. So he's got level 2 Echo too. Mid lane though, FN with a Blink Dagger is looking for Toronto Tokyo, and he used his Dark Pact.
Oh no. Oh no, he's dead. Where's the tips there? Oh, you definitely tip that one. He's not going to be using Dark Pact to farm waves like that in the lane. Again.
Not with no one showing.
Yeah.
Fissure, he's going to start slowing them down with these enchant totems. Another one coming. It still seems really hard for them to actually come in and Roche. I thought they'd actually smoke and try to find a wraparound fight, but without Lasso maybe feeling like they can't actually get it. DD spawns bottom. FN will just take it himself. Not going to hang on to that. As they do have a good time right now to split up, go farm, get Dream his next big item. And things are still looking really good with them with this really big team fight. The Slark is almost 3,000 gold behind the Batrider and the Ricky. But they see an opportunity to make their way into the pit with the Vlads. I mean, they can do this sustained with Healing Word too.
They do it a lot quicker and easier than Live to Win's on it, but Live to Win have got that incredible team fight around the pit. As Toronto Tokyo is going to head out, and he will be able to jump in onto Immersion, the Ice Path down, using the Shadow Dance rather early here to try and commit. As the wall's out, Cloud as well. They've got to be careful. It's collapsed. He's going to have the borrowed time forced out of him. FN's just focusing Mira, running the Shaker completely away from the fight. So Mira hasn't got anything to offer, but he's going to be cut down immediately by that ult from Yatoro. As with the buyback, they're going to have the glimpse set up. Static Storm's down. They managed to catch the two of them. Mira's in with the Echo Slam. Jump forward from Toronto Tokyo. They're in onto Dream. Can they finish off this Ricky? Dream's getting low, but he's still able to put the tricks of the trade. Toronto Tokyo's caught in the cloud as he cannot pounce out. The Slark will fall. I mean, it looked like after killing FN, they were able to make that quick move with the Disruptor buyback to turn it into something more. Even with the Echo Slam, though, not enough damage to take down Dream whilst they had him stun locked.
The Darkseer factor, the Greaves. Toro's trying to walk in, but he's just gonna get. He's gonna live.
He's got the Blade Fury. But we've seen Dream. He's taken the Aegis. Mirror did try and jump in to go for the steal. Wasn't able to make it. Live to Win, get the kill. They get the Aegis on Dream.
That was really scary for Yatoro for a second there. Very lucky to get out with his life. But Tokyo just continuing to get punished for this greedy build. And he, like I said, he committed for the Aghanim. So he has to wait such a long time to get BKB to protect him versus this super annoying Cloud. There's just so many combos he has to watch out for. So sure, Yatoro is having a good time, but you know, this Jug, he can't be alone in these fights, especially not when Darkseer gets these vacuum walls where he got the 3 core heroes there, the 3 ideal ones. They need to have these other cores keeping up in pace. They're already starting to fall pretty far behind.
And they're able to force out with this Aegis on Dream.
Now they've got a Blink Dagger on Immersion, so now instead of Immersion just running in and feeding his life to get the initiation, they're going to be able to just charge the Darkseer in. They're going to be able to get that vacuum combo a little bit easier with it too, rather than just relying on Ice Path. Did get to point out too, Seneko is very farmed, which is definitely really important. He also has Grove Bow, so all these little things coming in together. It's a level 13 Jakiro too with a Veil. So his follow-up is quite impactful for... Well, on the side of Spirit, it really feels like it's mostly Mira. It's still just going to be the Earthshaker show for these team fights. Miposhka, he's starting to hit his limit of what he can do with these Static Storms.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not to be too afraid here of Live to Win that they're pushing on tier 2.
They're both trying to race to get tier 2 so they can both take each other's outposts and make sure they both at least have one for the moment.
All these TPs though.
He's going to TP though.
They're coming back. Spirit's got to be careful. Immersion. Ooh, tries to get the catch on to collapse. Make it.
FN. Spotting Tokyo. They didn't even take the outpost bottom, though. That is the other thing that did see Live to Win. They instantly TP'd to defend theirs without taking the opposing outpost. Maybe we'll see FN go down there and sneak it.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Force the movement from Spirit to come down there. That'll be really annoying. And yeah, do that. Now Spirit has to make a decision of do they want to go down there and get the outpost, and that means that Live to Win's going to make a play elsewhere if they do see somebody set up down there. It can be a little bit complicated for them. Moments. Live to Win's just super ready to fight. They are so strong right now.
Dream. He's going to head in, but he's been silenced into the fish and the Blade Fury. They're going to be able to lock him down further with the aftershock, but it isn't enough. Again, Dream able to live, jumps over. The slug is in the middle of it all. He's died to the tricks of the trade. He will be able to get the Shadow Dance off. He's actually going to be able to live, jumping away, but they'll lose Mirror after Mirror commits into the middle of it to save Toronto Tokyo. The impale from Immersion onto the two of them, catching both Maposhka and Yatoro. Yatoro's trying for the TP out, and he will manage to get back to base with the Blade Fury TP.
They can't kill Dream the once when he just walks up into all of them. That is a disaster.
Yeah, I think.
And the vacuum again catches the jug, and then these 3 core heroes are just beating on the jug. And Slark, we're seeing Tokyo can't do anything with this item build.
He was so close to going down there as well. Mid. Yeah, Toro will be fine. And yeah, I think we're still making all the difference in that last fight. It was just when Afterlife had picked up the full pipe. As, that came in pretty big there to save the Ricky. I think maybe without that, Dream would have been burst through. Of course, the once he does have that Aegis, but maybe that would have given time for Spirit to find something more. Some lovely timing here from Afterlife, keeping his carry safe.
This Aghanim is it's honestly doing nothing. He finished it not too long ago, but I mean, I can see that he wants the catch and all that, but he can't team fight. And all that Live to Win is doing is just straight up team fighting. So this item just feels like it's actually just doing nothing. He just gets smoke screened in his eyes. He just can't hit anybody either during it. I mean, this was what we were mentioning, is it's a snowball item when they're behind.
Sure.
And he did not get any snowball because he's 2, 6, and 4. He had to go for the defensive play. And now they're just so far on the back that the game is in a very tough position.
Toro. The glimpse back on Dream. He's pretty tanky though, and again the backups all around him. FN jumping in, forcing back both Maposhka and Yatoro to the high ground.
Tokyo, just don't show up to another fight. I think this is what he has to do.
Get that BKB
farm the BKB, but otherwise you're actually just useless. So try to at least finish this up. They're gonna hunt for him though, so might have to just reset himself toward top or toward base. But it's the right approach. He just needs the BKB. And a Blink Dagger for Ricky. Why not? As he's going to probably go for that Swift Blink next. He's already got his entire toolkit at the ready. He is absolute beast. 9-1 and 9 on Dream.
You're more of a fan of the Swift Blink than the Arcane Blink on Ricky?
Oh, sorry. That's right. It is the Arcane Blink. I heavily apologize for that one as I saw it in the Chinese games, and it was insane.
It's wild. Yeah.
It's way better, yeah.
You're in, you're committing, and as soon as you're back out of sort of the tricks of the trade, you're ready to go again.
Good call about that one, yeah. As they're swinging over, they see Yatoro top. Live to Win, more than ready to battle.
Immersion. Not a bad way to start it. Quick disrupt to kill. There's a DD rune as well up top.
Oh boy.
See if Dream's going to be able to find that. Yeah, they've got vision on it. They're going. Oh, but Toronto Tokyo. Oh, that's not. Get away from them.
That's a good steal right there.
Yeah, you don't want Ricky to have that one.
No, he'll one-shot your whole team. And they'll be able to finish up the BKB. So now Tokyo will actually be able to do stuff inside of these fights with his Juggernaut. But they've lost so much out of the game now because of this slow build-up. Him and Collapse's game just feel really difficult to try to come back in. I'm really surprised that Collapse actually went for the Vlads when they're playing into Darkseer. He just played right into their hands. They will walk up.
Collapse.
Immersion's prepared.
I'm going to have the BKB from FN. He's going to be able to find Maposhka. He's able to grab the Disruptor back into the tricks of the trade. And Maposhka's down before he can get anything off the vacuum onto the two of them. There'll be a buyback from Mirror. As onto the side, Toronto Tokyo chasing down Soneko, be able to get in with the second pounce, locking down the Jakira, they'll bring him down. As Toronto Tokyo also popping the BKB, but Live to Win at a distance where they can kite this BKB out. as Toronto Tokyo is trying to chase, but Immersion has the blink and the BKB charge to waste there, unfortunately, for Spirit.
The way that Live to Win's taking the fights is just perfect. The Ricky looks for the Earthshaker, Batrider BKBs, and just blinks into the backlines onto the... And yeah, they're just recognizing exactly that TSpirit has no way to take battles without supports. It's them running around with their like chickens with their heads cut off. It's immediately grouped up, getting their next set of items. Lasso still on cooldown for 60, but they don't need it as the Ricky can kill almost every.
Here we go. With that orb of destruction as well. Talon to Roche. Be a little longer. 2.5 minutes on this. So. Ben. Gonna be able to grab. Is he... Gonna be held back here by the Fisher. Spirit, they're actually gonna turn and start running at them. Vacuum's down. Toronto Tokyo having to pop the Shadow Dance immediately. As Collapse, he's going to be focused. I don't know if Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo can do anything about this. The Fisher will come out, but Collapse looking pretty helpless here. Yatoro, he's going to jump in with the Ultimates, but it's onto the Illusions. That's the Omni Slash down. Now Yatoro's got to run. Another Fisher from Mirror will keep him safe, giving the coverage to get out of there. Dream, he's swinging around for the side. Oh, Maposhka. He's just gone in a few hits there. And Mirror steps into the tricks of the trade. Dream's over to him as well. With the Cloud, it's a triple kill for Dream. As they're not even done yet. They're not even done. They're able to just walk in, get the catch onto Yatoro. Yatoro's going to turn with another Swift Slash, but his Swift Slash is straight into the Ice Wall, into the Smoke Cloud. Yatoro's trying to get out of here. He's up to the high ground. The Aphotic Shield will keep him safe. Toronto Tokyo commits with the BKB, pounces in onto Dream. Have they got enough lockdown, though? They have, and Dream pots the tricks, the trade. He's up in the air, over to the side. They'll get the glimpse back. In another pounce, though. Can they quite do it? They can. They'll finally bring down Dream, but Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo, they're so low. The Slark cannot escape as he'll fall. Jump fall from Immersion and FN as they're over towards Collapse. Yatoro trying to head in with the Blade Fury. As the silence on a Collapse into the Ice Bath. Collapse keeping himself alive with the Aphotic Shield. Immersion stuns Yatoro for now. A glimpse back onto FN, getting him back in reach of Yatoro. Yatoro's trying to chase him down. 10 seconds till Swift Slash though. So no way to get in and do that final bit of damage to kill him off. We've got Snako in the trees TPing out, and he will manage to escape. So a couple of buybacks coming out from Spirit in order to keep that fight going their way. Now, but Live to Win able to get everybody else out of there. Spirit at least able to find that big kill finally. They do manage to kill Dream.
Oh, but it is only just the one. If Yatoro, if he hadn't gotten so overzealous with the initial Omni in the into the Dark Sphere wall earlier, then they could have actually had a pretty good fight. Maybe then you could say the Live to Win wouldn't have gone so aggressive if they knew Omni was up, but yeah, just getting a little too overeager there with the first Omni and hurting them a bit. And they need everything that they can get in this game. 18,000 behind. They get the kill on the Ricky, but it seemed almost a little bit of a lucky one as they connected both of the pounces on him perfectly.
See it again here. The Omni Slash, unfortunate, bounces back to the Illusion rather than staying on FN.
Yeah.
I mean, that to be fair to him, it was a little unlucky there. He jumps on the bat and it just happened to be at that reach to bounce back and not be able to return to FN, as FN just has enough movement speed to easily break away from the Illusion.
But you always have to expect that as a jug on.
Sure.
You know? The worst case scenario.
You can't help for the RNG to help you, for sure.
No, never.
It's always going to go against you, unless you're playing against it.
And it looks like Dream is actually going to give some respect. Instead of just going for some super ambitious and super crazy arcane blink or whichever blink, he's just going to go for BKB. He's going to go for the safe play. Okay. Just so he can get out of these pounces, get out of these chain stuns. Tokyo. Man, him using these dark packs on these waves is really getting me.
Careful.
Getting me real worried for him. Set up around the Roche pit. Both teams getting their own respective wards down. Good vision coming out for Spirit. Live to Win. Might be able to claim the high ground, though. They are getting a good wrap around Snako.
Oh, Collapse.
Wards down. They want Miposhka.
Miposhka did get that glimpse off in time. So was able to separate FN back. He's able to turn the Static Storm onto Dream, but Dream's able to make it out of there. They do have the slashes. Is it enough damage? Dream's trying to get back to his teammates. He's going to be able to do it. At large range of the Blink Strike, allowing him to jump back to the safety of Afterlife, as Dream will get away, keep himself alive.
that was so close to them actually killing him. But then he just resets, and now Omni Slash is wasted, Static Storm is wasted. All of Team Spirit's abilities are pretty much down now.
I mean,
Lasso is used though.
That Minotaur Horn making all the difference there for Ricky.
Yeah.
Didn't have that.
He didn't have the BKB yet.
Yeah, no. It was all about the neutral item there. Toro.
Afterlife.
Dream trying to jump forward. They're going to start things on to collapse here. The borrowed time was pushed out very early, so he's going to have nothing else to save himself. That's collapse out for 95. FN, if he can catch another, but the rest of Spirit, they're out of there. This is going to give the space for Live to Win to take this rush for themselves.
Especially when they have the dark, they have these two illusions.
I mean, the illusions are kind of doing it on their own there, yeah.
Yep.
And that Abaddon illusion certainly helping out.
It's a pretty good one. It ruins the Abaddon's game for... It ruins his game entirely. Just even without Vlad's, I'm just watching this illusion just sticking on the Abaddon and silencing him, and just keep silencing him inside the fights. It's quite annoying. It's FN. Maybe they can get him down here. He's got cheese.
Oh, and he gets it off.
Gets it off.
Oh, they were so close. They were so close, but they couldn't quite get him in time. Toronto Tokyo's trying to come in for Seneko, but he's got to get out. The Shadow Dance, the BKB coming to an end. FN and Dream trying to chase. They're able to get an immersion in with a blink. They've caught Toronto Tokyo as the Slark will fall. He has got buyback. Certainly will need to use it down for over a minute. And this 22k lead, you could dare say that Live to Win are ready to try and close this one up. Or at least get some of the racks.
Looking for anything. They got Mira with the Carapace. They're just going to jump in. Double flame break. Oh, he went Swift Blink.
He did. Actually, Dream did opt for the Swift Blink. I'm, of course, still having what that plus 50 damage before you jump in with the Tricks Betrayed is ridiculous, and that movement speed, you're never running away from this, Ricky. But, of course, yeah, not getting the cool interaction that we see people like to play with the Arcane Blink and just have cast pointing the cooldowns go right down.
Yeah, he just goes for the more greedy play because he has Aegis rather than going for BKB. He knows he's...
That's true, yeah, you're right. I think as well, because he has the Minotaur Horn, feels that...
Yeah, that also
that's
really
enough.
helps.
That's enough to get him out of Static Storm, get him out of a combo.
Live to Win has played this game very methodically, only giving up these 12 kills. Just this Darkseer really is, for me, stealing the show. 2-0 and 30. He's 32 out of 34 kill involvement.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. That's definitely one of the highest involvement percentage-wise in a game where there's this much action. Look at the jump in onto Dream. As soon as he's in, he has to get back out. Toronto Tokyo. Afterlife nearly able to catch him there with the vacuum. Dream. Woo! And to find the posture, the 1k crits come into play. They'll get the stun on Toronto Tokyo. He's just in and dead on the front lines. He has got buyback.
It's way too much damage.
But yeah,
this Ricky is just too big.
One slip up and you just disappear to Dream's damage output.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Got an Abyssal on your Tora at least, so somewhat extra way of locking down this Ricky.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top
They got to do something here. The last Rex, and they still don't have Disruptor for 34 seconds. Slark might have to buy back to defend this. Their lanes have pushed out a slight moment for the backdoor as Yotaro.
Here we go. I mean, that's a pretty good slash there. Takes out FN. FN's going to buy back, then get the wall drop down. With the Blade Fury, Yotoro's able to run down and take out Immersion as well. Both heroes committing with the buybacks as they're ready to return to the team and keep this pressure onto TSpirit. Collapse. Or at times to be popped. FN is going to be able to jump in at the end of it. The slash is coming into the fissure. They're underneath the tower. The aftershock's done as well. Holding Dream and FN in place. They'll pop the Echo Slam. They're locking them down. Toronto goes in with the BKB. It's onto FN. It's a dieback from FN. He's dead for 2 minutes now. That's quite the window here that the FN has given Spirit. I mean, we'll see how much they can do, as of course they're still rather far behind. But that was a lot of money for Yotaro, and now a very dead Batrider that puts Live to Win's plans on hold for a couple of minutes.
FN just a little too over-aggressive. This noob newly picked up Abyssal with the Bash 2 with the Swift Slash. Just gets caught out by it. Has to be careful. This is where Earthshaker also thrives, where Mira is able to sit behind tier 4s, throw his fizzers down, throw his...
And with the time this Relic, dude,
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better than that for a Shaker.
He's able to do a crazy amount of control. And yeah, Yotaro, he's getting to the point where his damage is going to be scary. The rest of them, though, are still so vulnerable. That's the scary. It's like Ricky's going to kill everyone else. It's going to be Yotaro versus the world. And even though he's getting bigger, that also does mean that the Darkseer illusion of him is also getting always a lot of different merits for this Afterlife Darkseer.
I mean, it's definitely getting a little spicy. You know, it still looks very much like Live to Win. Should have the easier time of closing this one out, but in a game, especially after all those tips and stuff, if they do end up letting this one slip away from them, it's definitely going to be a bit of a sour taste in their mouths. As a little bit of a chance given to Spirit here, and we'll see it once more again this fight. Instantly these buybacks come out from FN and Immersion. You know, there's no sort of second thinking about whether or not they wanted to get in on this. They wanted to be here immediately, and with the bots, they're able to do so. But we'll see in a second again, just the amount of lockdown this Shaker enables. The Fissure into Enchant Totem, into Echo Slam. They just held it forever. And FN, by the time he's ready to put the BKB, the damage has already been done. He's a few hits away from dying. Yotaro, no trouble on doing that last bit of physical damage to take him down for the second time.
It's just an unnecessary place for them really to like overcommit. They've already gotten those racks and all that. They can back out and just farm up, give a little bit more time for themselves to just really consider their lead. They don't need to be forcing the issue onto that there. Even though, you know, the Omni Slash was used, so maybe that's why FN felt so confident to jump in. Swift Slash is still, so it has to be careful. All they need to do really is get that last Rax. And sure, TSpirit can hold on versus Megas, but it's going to just allow this Ricky, Nyx, everything to just always... Ricky, Nyx, and back to just always get into the base and catch heroes. And one shot, quite a lot of them is still our very squishy majority. So you see Live to Win, extremely defensive posture, just in case of anything. It just gets reclaimed. Batrider's still dead for 20. Not wanting to risk their win by any chance here.
Oh, and
I actually just noticed he has the sleeping dart.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's the cast range of it. I mean, you sort of get in. I mean, the thing is,
do you have time to even use that?
I was going to say, this stage of the game, you're kind of just killing people quicker than you need to sleep anyone. It might slip someone up. We see Yotaro, he's spent up fully. He's gone full in on the Sky purchase. He's going to jump in over the walls. The Master Life gets the wall down. So if they're able to lock down Yotaro, Yotaro does have an Omni Slash good to go, but the Upper Illusion is on him. They give him a shield. Toronto Tokyo's going to try and come in and onto Immersion with this BKB. He's jumped in. FN's trying to go, but the Omni Slash is ready. FN, he just dies after trying to jump in on them. The glimpse is there onto Immersion. They'll get themselves a second. Yotaro with the double kill. Snakeo's trying to TP out. Oh, and he'll make it away. Hidden away in the roach pit. Snako will escape. But I mean, FN's got to be careful jumping in like this. He's just inviting himself to be Omni Slashed every single time.
He's just not being aware of where this Juggernaut's position or where his team's positioning in. He's really wanting to go for this Disruptor, but I mean, is Miposhka really doing that much? Is he really bothering him that much that he's just literally throwing his life away?
So, you know.
That's really... he just had respawned. He literally just... respawn TP died. And now they have to wait for 60 seconds for him again. And look at this gold lead. It was 20-something thousand. It's down to 14. Experience almost 30K. Getting down to 10K.
And Yotaro is so massive. We saw as well just before that fight, he sells up the phase boost to grab the Skadi. I mean, because he has this ninja gear, right? He's got enough movement speed to get around, and with the slashes, who cares about necessarily being faster than the opponents, as long as you're able to live. I mean, he's just so tanky. 4,200 HP, 43 armor. He's a very hard hero to kill, and whoa!
Whose was it?
Toronto Tokyo. He was doing a little bit of inventory management there, switching items around, popping clarities, and certainly pops the BKB. Not that it matters too much. I believe it was already at the 5-second cooldown, 5-second duration. So, not the end of the world. Yeah, this Jug. I mean, if they're able to keep the game going and Yotaro can get like the Ag's Blessing and then the upgraded Blink, level 30. I mean, he by far he's going to be able to rival this Ricky in terms of just how scary of a hero he is in these fights.
but can he do it alone when he's playing versus the wall as well? I actually want to see Afterlife right now buy the shard and normal punch the jug. So we get this illusion of the jug. I'm not even kidding, actually, because
I mean, he's got the blink. He can get in and get him every time.
Because this jug is so massive that he actually will kill his whole team as well, too.
Whoa, Slark.
Let's do this. Let's fight. Tokyo?
Careful here.
They do have an aggressive ward placed down, so he's trying to play around that. Roche, in about 30 seconds, it will be spawning. And Live to Win being a little bit more calm here now. Those last few moments for FN.
To make the jumps.
What did he get? What did he get rid of? Actually?
Well, he upgraded the Ag, so he's running short.
Oh, he ate
gold.
the, okay,
he's spending all his money right now to maximize.
Ward placed over here though, from Live to Win, and the tier 4s are starting to get hit by some creeps.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh,
push, collapse.
He's in. Yatoro is going to come over the Blade Fury onto Immersion, but Immersion is going to be forced to the side. That's quite an early wall, though.
They glimpsed the illusion to kill it, too.
So, yeah, the wall down.
Afterlife's actually just going for Refresher. That's probably the better play. The normal punch.
And Live to Win. They're going to commit for Roshan. They saw Yatoro TP back to base to deal with some of the creeps. There's Mira.
Mira can slow them down, though, with these enchant totems.
Tokyo's trying to get in.
Tokyo.
But he jumps straight into an ice path. He does get the Shadow Dance off in time before the impales there. As Toronto Tokyo's heading into the pit, he's looking for a target. Won't be able to find it. Ends up pouncing straight back out. Roshan is low. So we'll see. On the side, collapse. He's poking at them. He's able to get the full slash on the Dream. He gets the tricks, the trade off in time. Is he able to jump to the side? No, he goes down. They brought down Dream Mirror onto the backlines with the Echo Slam. FN commits with the BKB lasso, but they can't get a kill off the back of it. Now jump up to the high ground. Yatoro is chasing down FN. Dream will come in, but he gets the Fisher from Mirror onto the 4 of them as he's standing his ground. Yatoro is caught in the smoke screen. He's falling low. He needs help, but he needs it now. He's able to get the Blade Fury off. As Yatoro's off to the side, tricks with the trade hurting him a little bit, but a missed coil heal and a Glimmer Cape will give Yatoro enough to get out of there.
Oh my god, he's actually able to isolate the Ricky there, and now Dream not having BKB, him going for the Swift Link might be hurting him.
He went back in.
He got darted.
He's got no BKB, no Shadow Dance. He's just dead.
Dude, the dart actually set the ice path up.
And here we go. Here's all the fruits of Roshan for Live to Win. All the treasures have been dropped. Who took what there? Who took the axe?
Immersion, I believe.
He did.
He's got the burrow now, so they can look to siege properly, and he can just spam the mana burns. They also have a lot of time. Slark is dead for 100.
It's true. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't say Slark's the biggest threat. Right.
That is fair. And now we see Afterlife with a full refresher too, so double walls and okay, Dream. Oh, buys a rapier.
I mean, it's the game winner. If he gets it, how's Yatoro doing on buyback status? He's not 1,400 gold off it. He needs to get it
quite far.
At least sort of 2 kills in the fights before he dies. Otherwise, he's just going to be out of the game for good. This rapier from Dream it really could just slice him down. They get a few stuns out into Yatoro.
And they can do these stuns from really far now. Immersion with the Aghanims. He's got the far duration impales. He's got the good mana burns too. Fights are
Toronto Tokyo has got buyback now.
Okay.
What? Slash. And then he's out, FN. He tries to grab Maposhka. They get the vacuum wall down onto the 3 of them. They're looking towards Maposhka. Can they get at least the Disruptor? They can't. He's out with the Glimmer Cape and the Ghost Scepter. Maposhka will be fine as he steps back. The Rax taking damage, though. Immersion set up with that burrow underground. Fisher from Mirror trying to line things up for them. There's the jump. Oh, and he's dead. Immediately taken out there by the raw damage of Dream's Ricky with that rapier. They'll go for the glimpse back, but Dream, he won't get caught out by it. Dream's going to be fine. They got what they came for in Live to Win as they claim the Mega Creeps against TSpirit.
And Afterlife gets an illusion of the jug. He's going to start slowing down the tower, or hitting on the tower. He's going to get taken out quickly. But yeah, Mega Creeps are taken.
Can they do it against the Megas here, TSpirit? That's it's going to be tough. Down 23k gold. Megas up against them.
It's just Yatoro is the problem. The Slark and the Abaddon are just so poor in comparison. They can't push out the lanes nearly as confidently. They just actually can't. Toronto has to spam the Dark Pact, which always makes him vulnerable of dying when he does push out these lanes. It's only really Yatoro who can deal with Megas. So he's going to buy the Rapier.
Oh my goodness.
Feels really necessary.
I mean, just, yeah, both carries, whether it be the tricks of the trade or the swift slashes, the damage is going to be done.
Look at Dreamfound, though. You know, just raise the ante a bit. A DD on top now, too.
There we go. Got an Abyssal on Toronto, Tokyo as well now. Both carries having that hard lockdown. Got to do it against Dream's Aegis.
There's just so much team fight, too. This refresher on the Dark Suit, too. They have double walls.
They're going to drag on to Collapse with the last. Toronto Tokyo is having the BKB and Shadow Dance come out. They're going to jump in as Yatoro is trying to commit with the Blade Fury to kill off Immersion. They won't quite get him. Immersion's going to live. Yatoro Tokyo trying to turn. Is he able to find the Omni Slash? He is. The Barrels is coming out. They're over towards Dream, but Dream's able to jump to the side. They've got the Abyssal down on the Dream. They're able to lock him down. That they can't quite finish him. He's able to get the tricks of the trade off in time. They couldn't even kill him at once. As Dream takes them apart one by one. 3 dead, 4 dead. Ultra kill for him as they're all dead on TSpirit. Live to win. Will be able to close this game out. That was game 1. A lot of action there. Certainly made a little bit more exciting by that death from FN off the back of his buyback on the earlier push mid. But definitely a fun game there between the two of them. And Spirit tried their hardest to swing it around, but they really were playing this whole game from behind, and it just became a little too much for them at the end.
Yeah, man, I don't want to just blame one person because it's definitely not one person's fault, but I feel like when you have to identify that. You can't always just do cookie cutter builds when you're playing these type of games.
super effective right now against Team.
Radiant team back.
Sensei ban out Ricky though. That hero is just really effective against these two support. That here.
I have never beaten Riki in a party queue game with my caster colleagues. Maybe there's something.
Maybe you should start playing better and not destroy your items.
Maybe.
Or sell them by accident.
Okay, let's not get into that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Does he do this often?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I didn't know how I had all this money to buy this item.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Thank you, she who does not buy dust.
I always buy dust. I'm actually the only one that buy dust. It's just that I'm dead. I can't use it. I'm dead a lot. So, you know.
Sounds like there's another mistake happening.
My favorite is it'll be I don't know. It'll be like 30 minutes into the game. We're getting racks. She's like, I'm sorry guys, I didn't play well this game. I check out the stats. Like, oh, 0, 14, and 6. I guess. Yeah, it was.
What was your score in this game? Like 0, 12, and 6? Or?
No. Although I did accidentally sell my bots. I still don't know how that happened.
The TSpirit in the second phase, they go for that flexible core, the Death Prophet.
Dig it.
Incredibly enabled by the Oracle.
Yep.
So I guess the only weakness here is a Rubik Death Prophet offlane isn't that strong, especially when you can pick up like your Furion 5 here. Or
you can put it mid still.
Oh, Furion's banned, but you get the idea.
DP mid is just fine.
Yeah, into the Batrider actually does fine with the Siphon the extra region. I guess the only difference, and I haven't seen the matchup, is because of the removal of the slow. How good really is it when the bat can always stay on top of you?
I really want one of those posters next to me like Snakeo's got. That'd be good for inspiration.
Well, there's one thing. This is one of the posters that is for like from one of the old TIs. Not all the heroes are on there at the moment. So.
Oh, it's true.
He doesn't believe in the new heroes.
And for example, 4 of those are meepos in that poster. All the different meepos are in the poster.
Wizard one too. Like there's a courier too. Maybe that's a different one. But.
So it's an old school one. It's an old school one.
Love this. Grimstroke ult, undispellable. If by some chance you get Oracle +1 and then you lasso, well, that is 2 heroes lassoed and BKB piercing on both abilities. So huge fan always of specifically Grimstroke, Doom, Beastmaster, Bat, and Bloodseeker for that reason.
And the key thing here as well, when I mentioned the Rubik DP potential offlane, when you put Grim plus killing carry, there isn't that melee hero in that lane that can kind of tank these spells. Either hero, when their jump, should die, unless the Death Prophet has that perfect time with like the double siphon or something. Oh, TSpirit at boot camp. I just realized.
Yeah.
Cool.
At least a couple are.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody made it over.
Enough.
You got his tea?
Did you notice that every time he got tipped in the last game, he would take a swig of his empty tea?
Yeah, he's like,
he's got to tell. He's like, ugh, tipped again. Give me like a quarter drop of water. I like the Grim pick here a lot too, because the 2 opening heroes are both run at you heroes, so it makes Inkswell so much better. I feel like that's where Grimstroke goes from being just like an okay support to being a really good support, is when you can do follow-ups on those aggressive stun initiate. So it's just covering all their bases and just gives lots of options right now.
Go for the Ursa. Oof.
Yeah.
You're not convinced?
We'll see. I think the hero is just really strong, but it's the one I have the hardest time placing right now.
Okay.
That's
a Lycan.
An insane pick in this spot. Whether it's offlane or safe lane, neither support does a damn thing to Lycan, save get ran at and die. Ursa matches up okay, especially once you get Battle Fury, because you can go toe-to-toe quite easily when your Enrage is popped. The trouble is your Overpower can get purged off, and you don't deal with creeps. Like, the issue is the timing, right? Lycan, 15, 20 minutes in, Necro 3 AC. What does Ursa have? A Battle Fury and a Blink? It's just not comparable.
It is a matchup, though, which early on Lycan excels at, but then eventually he does become a creep because Ursa just demolishes it.
Yeah.
I think the concern simply for Spirit is they don't have that kind of guy who stands in front of the tower to buy time. You know, every time you lose a tower, it should take a minute or 2 because you've got that tanky guy. Right now, it's going to be Lycan walking through the towers, and that's where Live to Win. They're banning out the Tidehunter. I'd like to see them ban out another offlaner right now, because I think DP into Bat should be okay, and it's going to be the offlane pick for TSpirit. That should get them through the scary portion of this game.
Bristleback, probably the spookiest.
Yeah. And luckily, at least TSpirit do have the ultimate last pick in the draft, so they aren't going to be kind of bamboozled by some Lycan suddenly flexed on offlane. They are going to see everything. And that's a saving grace for them right now. But still, it is a very strong Lycan pick for forcing TeamSpirit to have to kind of respond with the perfect
gives
pick.
you control the win condition.
Yeah.
Do you think the lights on his ears are random, or are they based on the sound coming through the headset?
They're based on his emotions.
Yeah, exactly. So right now he's kind of happy. He's like, yeah. Oh, angry.
Yeah.
Very angry now.
Someone's talking very loud, maybe.
Well, anger can also look like focus, passion.
That's true.
Thinking hard about what hero he wants.
Nope.
Well, he's probably going to be the one playing the Ursa, surely.
Not Seneko.
No, I mean Yotoro.
I know.
I like the Night Stalker ban there. A lot have been really good at just spotting where the supports are in the back line. It's really hard to hide in trees as Oracle against Batrider and Night Stalker together, and it would allow them to set tempo by diving for some kills and then taking towers. So if they can survive these like dived type situations, that would be the safest play for Spirit to win.
Yeah, and if you're Live to Win, you can get away with picking something that falls off later on, because realistically, your draft is falling off here. You want to capitalize on your advantage in the mid game, take early Roche, and in theory, look to win the game quickly. I'm so afraid of Lycan's timings nowadays.
I'd actually like to see Live to Win go for like a Darkseer themselves or something. Go complete lane pressure to bully this Ursa with the Nyx +1. Enable your Batrider with that big accelerant of the Surge, and then hope that you can win the game before it comes online. Like they banned the Tide and the Underlord, two of the best heroes for anti-push in the offlane. I think that could be your recipe for success.
I mean, Afterlife crushed it previous games, so I wouldn't be opposed to that.
It is tough. Like, it's so annoying to play against Oracle, but it's just so good for the game.
No, exactly.
That I can see them get away with it.
Yeah, you have to somewhat ignore the Oracle, but Pangolier as well.
So what's their dived skirmish type hero that they go for?
Could lead. No, you don't want Legion.
10 seconds.
You could still pick Enigma if you wanted to. I don't think you should. You don't really want to Lycan offlane into Ursa. I think they're banning offlaners because it will be a Lycan in the safe lane.
Yes, correct.
So I wouldn't. Yeah, I think Darkseer looked pretty damn good. You've got a pretty similar setup. But
Slardar maybe.
Yeah, I could see Slardar.
Just in like very good lane pressure. I think if they did Darkseer, they'd have to change the lane just to try and get away from the Oracle. But the game's really good. If they want a more lane heavy hero, then maybe even like, is a Bloodseeker still available?
Pugna, maybe. I don't know.
Full on fight.
Yeah, just I actually think something with
a lane
spell
winner.
damage.
Yeah, just win the lane, and then Lycan should get you through the next 20 minutes of the game.
The thing is, whatever it is, it's got to be something that sticks on lanes and has to kill creep waves.
Yes, exactly.
So, because you want your bat to be free to like do as he wishes. Lycan is going to play off map. Okay, offlane Monkey or offlane Lycan, likely Monkey because they want him against the
or
Ursa.
offlane Bat.
That's true.
Afterlife Bat is an old school blast from the past.
I would say because of the Oracle, you might push that into the mid and accept the trade of farm like they did in the previous game, and then you put the Monkey into fight. But still, Oracle into Monkey, Oracle just purges it, right? So this Oracle suddenly in the first phase is having a very jolly good time, other than the Lycan running at you. But in laning phase, Oracle will be the key to Spirit's success if he can shut down one of these side lane cores, unless he's somehow laning into a Lycan, which would be very upsetting for him.
I see frowns from Purge. What are you thinking about Purge?
My taxes is really tough this time of year, you know?
That's fair.
It's always on your back.
I just got the bill as well. Rough times.
You wait.
I would be concerned, but he doesn't do taxes.
You guys pay taxes?
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
That was very predictable.
You may now
I don't know. You don't have to pay taxes until you're 30.
Yeah, totally.
Exactly.
Bloodseeker, the
Oh, they go
last
for
pick to lane stabilize, I guess.
So-
Rupture good against Bat.
I'm skeptical about the guy who stands in front of the tower and feels happy about everyone running at him. Bloodseeker's a very good hero for that kind of slow defense of the towers, but if they can get through it, then Ursa will destroy this game.
It's like, can you make the Lycan run away from you?
Yeah.
Are you strong enough to do so? We'll see, especially with Wukong's as a threat.
He's just gonna run at you. All right, Purge. Final thoughts on this draft. Can TeamSpirit force out the third game?
I like kind of what Live to Win's going for. Their draft is cohesive and makes them a little unsure about the, but I think it's safer to predict for TeamSpirit because I think they should be able to delay the game enough.
All right. Thank you very much. So according to Purge, we're going to a third game, Kyle.
I don't think so. I think Live to Win's just a better team. And they have a draft that is easier to win games with. You need one Roche, one team fight, and that's at least tier 2s, likely even a tier 3 Rax. I just think they're going to hit 20 minutes and they're going to have an AC, and that's going to be that.
I don't see that one guy who can you can make mistakes on and still feel good. Like Bloodseeker dies, suddenly every tower falls. So yeah, I got to go live to win, unfortunately.
All right, my panel is on the same page here, but not on the same page as Purge, and I'm sure that all the TSpirit fans and TSpirit themselves are hoping that this one is going their way so we can get a third game of the series. Let's find out what's going to happen together with Odie, Pixel, and Fog.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, let's find out indeed this second out, Fogs. What do you reckon from the draft? So do you think Spirit have a better shot this time?
I don't know. Maybe if they can actually delay the game, but I'm kind of concerned for them. They have their front line is nobody. They don't really have great front line. Like Bloodseeker is this kind of pseudo frontliner. I've seen it not work out so great, especially when there's 2 or 3 targets, especially that you want to be dealing with lasso. And when the pressure is really coming to you and they're pressuring your towers and you just have too many places you have to be. That's where I feel like I see this hero would be kind of lackluster. They at least fortunately do have the save, of course, from that Oracle, but I'm just seeing a very squishy lineup versus an overwhelming amount of damage that's going to kick off very quickly because Lycan's going to get you a really good head start for the rest of your heroes to farm.
So you sort of worry the same way that Kyle does, that if Live to Win's lineup gets a good start, that they could be closing this game, between the 20 and 30 minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they have a really good way to be able to take fights in every single measure. And the fact that they can actually move these lanes around is everything. And I think that it was kind of told. It's tough to really just say it like that because this Batrider was there, but I've seen a lot of times Death Prophet be picked as a solution to Batrider also in the mid lane. So I feel like them moving this Lycan to mid was actually already said from when all these picks were happening. So them picking up Dream Monkey King, that means he's going to get a ton of space on.
And so that matchup in the mid lane as well. I mean, you are melee against this Death Prophet, but does it not matter too much as the Lycan? You're going to be able to out CS this DP?
Yeah, with your wolves, you have good damage.
Yeah.
You have fantastic damage. Just need to watch out because you can just get the waves pushed in onto you. You just have to be a little bit better about your control. But I've seen this Lycan versus DP a couple times, and once they get level 3, they got 2 points in the impulse. Their base damage is insane with their wolves that they can actually test.
Sure, and we'll
see how Tokyo plays it.
Yeah, because FM was potentially in an unfavorable matchup last game, and he was crushing it.
Tokyo, make sure you can get those wolves. FM, I'm just going to be staring at him to see if he gets the denies on the wolves every single time. As you see, the base damage is there every time with the wolf. At least one. Get most of those last hits. Bottom, we'll see. Live to Win, try to get a pull off. Immersion actually has to back away. Mapushka's starting to do too much damage to him.
I mean, would you consider any of these side lanes sort of one-sided here early on?
I like the top lane quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I do think that the fun thing that they did do with the Rubik and with the Oracle is these are 2 heroes that can actually play around Inkswell pretty decently. You can throw away the target as soon as the Inkswell is going to pop, or you can dispel it. So both of these lanes, it'll be pretty. But I do think that collapse, you can always you make a mistake. Lift has a pretty long cooldown in comparison to the Inkswell. They're kind of close, but if you use Lift, you can immediately make the play always as a good.
Well, we're seeing so far at the top lane, at least, definitely a little bit of a struggle for Dream as that lane is indeed securing this top farm a bit easier for collapse on the Bloodseeker.
Level 1 for sure. When they have both of their spam abilities, Blood Right and Fade Bolt, they just push it in, and then that's where Monkey King can have some pressure. And level 2 comes out though. I think this is where the Grim and the Monkey King have a very big power window versus these 2. But it looks like TSpirit, it's going to be pretty even farm lanes across all 3. Pretty decent matchups for everybody. No one really just completely out of it. Oracle can always bully away these 2 supports and don't really have to worry about anything for this Ursa. You can always just dispel the sticky. Actually able to get the... Okay, he actually takes the wave. Nice.
Yeah, able to get around here. It's all right. I imagine he's going to need quite a bit of time to build up this game, right? Because he's going to go for the Battle Fury on Ursa.
Yeah, he has to.
And that doesn't mean there's going to be this window where it's going to be hard for him to turn up up and really defend towers. I mean, when the pushes do come in from Spirit, as top lane going in with the two of them, but as you say, Mira able to break that combo anytime they really try and close that gap. As long as telekinesis is up, that's never really going to happen for those two.
Yeah, all Team Spirit's lanes are going really well. Even bottom, the way that they're just getting these side pulls off constantly. The Ursa's actually missed like 0 last hits mid. Tokyo's playing it perfectly as well. He's missed almost 0 CS too for himself. So these lane setups working really nicely for them right now.
This is exactly what they need, you know, against a lineup that could become rather ferocious if they were starting to snowball from the first minutes of laning. Playing. Collapse trying to kite out Dream. We're going to see Dream attempt to get in. Actually, Inks, while done, landing onto Collapse. Collapse won't quite be able to catch them in the blood right. Still poking at Dream though nicely, and they get in and are able to take him down. I mean, very smoothly done there by Collapse and Mirror, and down bottom as well. Yatoro running down Afterlife as both side lanes. I mean, as you said, just overall these lanes couldn't be starting any better here for Spirit.
Yeah, I thought top would actually be a little bit better for Dream, but he actually doesn't even try to use the mischief to even dodge an attack. That was a little weird from him.
That would have made a difference, actually, because he would have got the boundless off, and he would have had the Jingu then to get a hit after the stun.
I feel like he like forgot about it for a second there. As all 3 lanes now going to be going in favor of Team Spirit from the setup that they have, and it's going to continue to be hard for bottom to really punish at all with this Oracle here. Afterlife has to just watch out for his life. And FN now actually gets pushed out of the mid lane too. This is okay. I didn't think I'd see that one coming, but I guess with the change to Impulse, maybe it's not as good as it once was. Tokyo's already level 6.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants
he must have killed a lot of wolves.
For my coffers.
I mean, if sort of hitting the 6 before that 5-minute mark, that's very quick. And
especially when I saw Lycan at 5 denies, and now Tokyo, he can actually make the first aggressive move, and these are very, very squishy heroes up here. Take advantage of.
But they're going to be prepared for this. As I mean, do you like this sort of from Toronto Tokyo going for that attempt rather than just sort of saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to start hitting this mid tower with the Exorcism?
I thought he was actually going to hit with his catapult. He was going to pop the Exorcism and threaten.
Yeah, because he had it so early, right?
Especially because his lane's not going badly top. If the lane was going bad, then I could see the reason for him moving. But yeah, a little weird as Collapse. Trouble. We'll be able to throw back the Monkey King. Collapse will be okay.
He's going to check for the 6-minute rune here, Toronto Tokyo.
He'll get it.
He will. There's an invis. He's going to start moving again.
He's going again.
He really wants to...
Okay.
You know, really wants to do something on this top lane. The scam from the die is going to hit it, so they're going to know that he's on his way over. He does have the invis rune pop, so that may still catch them by surprise.
They saw him they have a sentry down, and the obs was just placed, so they are 100% aware that this guy's trying to dive right now. We're going to see FN send his wolves mid in that case to get farm, and FN's backing up and picking up his book, and he has shapeshift. He can counter gank if he sees opportunity. Tokyo is committing in.
Yep. Straight in onto the two of them. TP coming over. He'll be able to burst through both of them immediately. It works out. Even though they knew it was coming, Toronto Tokyo's damage just too much for Live to Win to deal with.
Some weird, really weird stuff. They were 100% aware of it, and they just let him do everything. They just let him run in. They didn't even jump in the trees on the Monkey King or anything.
I mean, they saw him go up. Do you think maybe they assumed that he had given up and left the area?
Not sure. Maybe they wanted to just go for the punch back after.
Well, FN
is here.
He's going to be able to pick up Mirror. Can he get any of these two? They'll jump in with the Primal Spring. Boundless down onto Toronto Tokyo. They're trying to chase a little split, though. We'll see Seneko turn over towards Collapse. Catch them with the X-Force. But Collapse, he's out with the TP, and he is away. As both Collapse and Toronto Tokyo are able to get out of there as a little bit of a split move there from Litwin. They could have easily got Collapse if they'd all focused on him, but they instead tried to separate and chase down Toronto Tokyo as well, which was not achievable.
A bit of weird stuff coming out from them for sure. Some just really weird spellcasting. I mean, they just let the tower drop to it. They saw, I don't know, that was a really weird sequence of events, but a good hit from TSpirit to enable Tokyo. And now they've all 3 lanes farming great. Ursa has half of the Battlefield array finished up. This is not where you want to be as Live to Win. Live to Win wants to be playing ahead and dictating the pace of the game, and they're just not able to at all now from this early game. They lost their tower so early on up top.
Yeah, pre-8 minutes. That's Immersion. Will get themselves the arcane route. So they have the burst room. They do. Another kill for Toronto Tokyo's Dev Prophet. Having a very good game this time round here. Yeah, every sort of moment is favoring Spirit now as they're getting further ahead. 6-1, 2K lead, collapse.
And Dream is alone top.
He is. He's farming out pretty far. He's going to go for the TP out, and it will save him. Gets away.
And nice. It looks like it's just going to be recovery city for Live to Win, as they can't really do much without their Batrider or their Lycan being enabled to be able to make and fix these side lanes. He's going to need to farm up his book 2 or book 3 before he looks to make any more aggressive moves. I think they can still surround bottom though. I think once he has book 2 delivered, he can just shapeshift down there and look to get the tower rather than counter ganking. Because that was all just, it's all just very awkward for them.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see them put a bit of a better effort at protecting their tier 1 tower mid when Toronto Tokyo does look to start to push that one down. As he's got the ult good to go. A little short on the mana, but can definitely get himself in position to look to take another objective here with the Exorcist.
Yes, but these supports are so low level on Live to Win. Seneko is the one who has to de-push and has to stop this push from coming out. You see the line is drawn, so it does seem like they do want to make that move. I mean, Pushka's just chilling bottom. They have to punish this. They can't just let Spirit get all this on the map. They're farming top, they're farming mid, they're farming bottom. You have to punish one of these lanes. 3K gold lead already. It's 10 minutes in. 3K experience too. This is not what you want to see with a team with Lycan who wants to be dictating pace. A team who's going to be building toward that later game. Like the Ursa, like we were saying, he's preparing and he's getting way more than he should be in comparison to this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yatoro? Maybe this is where they can punish him. He's a bit low on mana. He has the stick and a lot of TPs coming in.
He is very far up though.
He is very far.
As we pop the enrage, start to punch into Dream. But yeah, these 4 heroes easily going to be able to kill him off. I think we've got the 5th there as well. FM was also up top. So they all come in to look to deal with Yatoro, the whole team.
It is a very big kill. But yeah, bringing 5 heroes immediately. We see Tokyo set up for mid. He has a haste rune too. And Grimstroke's already in position. Seneko has the level 3 stroke, but he has no mana. His tower gonna take a beating. So they rotate in as FN. He does have book 2 and shapeshift available if they want to look for the straight fight, but all Spirit is prepared. Stolen stroke as well for Mira.
And the presence is pushing back Spirit a little bit, but FN he walks into silence. Ruptured, he's just dead.
What?
Oh, and now it's their turn to tip. It's their turn to tip. I mean, what?
Did he just not? He popped his book and just walked his hero into all the damage.
Did he not expect them to kill him? Maybe did he think they were backing up?
But I mean, he just walked into their spell.
Let's get a replay. Let's I mean, did he not see them?
Oh, he definitely saw them. They were there for a long time.
He's very dead.
And that's, I mean, his book was used, so now it's 40 seconds with no book and free reign for Spirit to do whatever they want.
He's just heading over. Oh,
he just walks right into it, and then as he's dying, he pops the book to give him even more gold. Okay. Well, some mistakes coming out from Live to Win.
Yeah,
TSpirit really
they're getting further behind.
And their lineup does not want to play from behind with Lycan versus Ursa. And now Ursa, he's got the Battle Fury done. He's already prepared for the later stages. This is disastrous for Live to Win. They really need to pick it up in these next few moments.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They can't allow any more deaths like that to happen. It's Live to Win. well, managed to take this tower down bottom. Some fast timings here, though, on the side of Spirit. See Yatoro very farmed here, 12 minutes in. Battle Fury already done, and into the Roshan pit they go. And this will be this will be theirs for sure. With Live to Win over on the other side of the map. No chance of getting over here and stopping Toro from being able to claim this Aegis.
And it's the Lycan draft who wants to be playing aggressive, not getting the Roche. Sure, they're into an Ursa who also always wants to be playing around that Roche, but this is not the way that Live to Win drafted themselves to be playing. They wanted to be the ones doing all this, having this Aegis, and actually taking down tier 2s perhaps at this time. FN, he now has book 3, but they are so behind.
You can see Afterlife TPing in on this.
He's right in the middle of everybody, though.
I guess didn't know that they were still around here. Thought that maybe that they'd left this area of the map. They hadn't. Everybody waiting for Afterlife there as he comes crashing in on that TP. I'm
not sure what's going on with Live to Win, but
they're falling apart.
Just did Roche. Where else were they gonna go? There's some weird stuff going on in this game. I'm not sure. They must be having some.
Maybe. I mean, last game they did obviously get the win last game, but it was quite a hard fought-out game, and we did see a dieback here or there, so maybe a little shaken up after a rocky win in the first game, and I'm feeling it here in this game too. As a little bit all over the place.
They've got some stuff online, though. Maelstrom is done, Ox on the bat, and they also have the book 3 on FN. So they do have a big power spike, but it's into Aegis. And right now, Spirit has full control of this with wards. Let's see what Live to Win can.
Here we go. Afterlife. What's he going to get here? It's going to be out of closing on Miposhka, but oh, no, he's not. He can't get the last off in time. They're able to turn onto him, over to the side. They're in onto Collapse. See if they can get the stun. They've got the Soulbind locking the two of them down. FN getting onto the backlines, but Miposhka's able to false promise himself. They'll drag back Collapse into the Wukong's command and take down the Bloodseeker. FN, he's rooted. He's trying to run. He's able to just make it away. FN will live. They get the 2 kills, and they are able to get everybody out of there. They don't lose anyone this time, Live to Win.
This time they actually are able to cast their spells a little bit better, as they did have some trouble in the last few. As FN goes for the great target. His priority is still always going for that backline, going for Miposhka. Almost gets the Oracle, but he's able to get the False Promise full heal, but they get a good reset and get some nice kills. Not exactly what they wanted, but at least something to get them on the board.
And do you like this from FN, this game, opting for the Blade Mail? I guess, is this one of the ways to sort of play against heroes like a Bloodseeker when you like them?
I guess so, right? You just Blade Mail run. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't... He is going to get ruptured every single one of these fights, so sure, it's his approach. He'll also be able to counteract it. That Prophet can't control her damage, too, right? So Blade Mail, it's going to be able to return a decent amount, at least to Tokyo.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And he is just like a pseudo carry in this game, the Lycan. It really is mostly about Dream to be that actual hyper carry. So he's just trying to find anything. It's not ideal. He wants to be able to go for AC, but I think he's just feeling that he is quite behind. Even though he's 2-1 and 2, it's behind what a Lycan would want.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blank TSpirit themselves a very early tier 2 tower here, 16 minutes in. We'll see mid. Toronto Tokyo is going to get taken down the once. Does Live to Win get behind the tower? Get rid of that Aegis on him.
He went Witch's Blade too. Did you notice that? Rather than going for any Yules or anything to protect himself, just more damage. At least this gives him armor, which is nice versus the Lycan as well as that Monkey King. But I haven't seen this one on a Death Prophet just yet.
Yeah, I feel like it. I think we have seen it before, but maybe not this early in the build. I want to say I think some of the other CIS teams were doing it.
Okay.
According to the patch records here, it was only done in one other match, actually. But I think that was another match here in the CIS region, so maybe they've got something going on here in this region of Dota 2. And I think, one of the reasons why he feels he can sort of be more greedy with that is it's got to be because he does have the Oracle backing him up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an item that is going to have its impact. It is a very strong item overall on all these int heroes that actually can right-click a bit too. We'll see if it pays off for him. The BKB is going to be the bigger pickup because then he's protected from this Lycan, from the constant slows. And Yules is just not a good build-up. When you're playing versus the book 3, you never really want to go for the Yule. He's going for his own tankiness. Live to Win. Get themselves some nice aggressive wards down, and they are in a pretty strong place to fight. But this Ursa, SNY Battle Fury, he is just huge. And he's getting the exact items he needs to get just to be able to stand toe-to-toe versus either Monkey King or Lycan.
I mean, Yatoro's just, he's had, this being the second sort of solid performance, even in that first loss, this guy knows how to farm. Let's look to win. They have found Yatoro. As they've spotted him out, he's able to get the enrage off though before the lasso. As he steps over towards the side, he's actually going to be able to get away from this. And now maybe he can turn. He looks towards FN. FN just gets taken out straight away on the front of it all. They're still trying to finish up Yatoro. Yatoro's still alive. The false promise is there. Yatoro can turn. He's going to pick up a triple. As Live to Win, they lose 4 heroes. They try and go all in on Yatoro. They couldn't chain stun him down and stop him from getting that enrage off before the lasso came in from Afterlife.
He's too big at this point. SNY also, just a little bit of extra status resist on
really
top, extra health too.
Yeah.
It really all comes into play. These mess ups from Live to Win is costing them now in this mid game where they should have this big power spike. It's actually TSpirit who has it because of how big this Ursa is.
I mean,
and it's really feeling like they might just be able to run away with the game because of this, because of how big this Ursa is going to be. He just bought SNY. He has 2,000 more gold.
He's huge. I mean, they were so close to keeping him locked down. If they got that lasso before the ult, he would have been dead for sure. But it must have been just a millisecond or so. Again, the difference from that status resistance, just sort of catching them off guard with their feelings on how they have to throw the spells down onto the bear to keep him perma-locked down.
And with no hesitation, they move out and they get a deep aggressive ward down. They already had the one aggressive ward, but a second one too, to watch exactly where Live to Win is setting up. And Live to Win, they run right through that middle ward. So TSpirit should be completely aware that all 5 are around this position.
Radiant's middle tower.
Immersion. I'll poke a bit the back line. Yatoro cleaning up some more
Easy
of their summons. I mean, and it's scary now for Live to Win. If Yatoro just jumps on really any of their heroes, including any of the cores, this bear will tear them apart. We'll see it again here. We'll see how close they were to keep him locked down. So Boundless, immediately followed up by the Impale. And then Afterlife, he gets in. I mean, it's so close.
It's the SNY.
It is so close. So close. But that little tiny fraction of a second there that he's able to pop in rage was enough for Yatoro to live.
Turns absolutely everything, as Tokyo now almost BKB, so he'll have the solution versus a lot of this damage that is going to be coming out from Live to Win. And man, Dream really has his work held up for him here this game. This Monkey King, he's going to have to do some crazy amounts of carrying somehow. With this deep vision too, the thing is for Spirit, it gives you just so much info wherever they want to do anything. Like he sees the Nyx now running also out of the mid. They see Afterlife now just sitting back at his base, so they can do so much on the map. They just have so much info to work with on the side of Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See what Live to Win's next move is going to be. I don't know how they make jumps around this bear.
Don't know either. They're going to have to play. Going to have to be very focused around those disables too, especially versus the SNY. Just be a little more careful. They will get the tier 2. They'll be able to at least claim an outpost back. Ping's coming out though. Spirit, they're aware of this positioning of FN.
And FN.
See you later.
It's an easy kill. For an upper tip as well here, Mira. As they know, FN's game has been truly shaken up here by these kills.
And Rosh respawns.
Yeah,
so it's a nice kill into a free Roshan for the Ursa, and just continuing to play with Aegis and Cheese versus this Nyx and Batrider versus this big Wukongs. It's always going to be so beneficial for them. As yeah, I think it's really just going to be Dream versus the world. This Monkey King has to pull something miraculous out of his hat to try to make up for all these mistakes that Live to Win have really done in this game.
But even Dream, if Yatoro blinks in on him, especially when he's got like the basher done. And this Monkey King's not gonna really be able to fight back.
No, definitely not. He will just die one or two over 2 full sets of them. As just with all this vision, look at Miposhka. He's just walking in confidently as they see everything over here. And Taneko, he's just dead.
Yeah, that Courier nearly also getting taken out here. Toronto Toka, they're going to start pushing down the tier 2. Shitoro is going to start killing some Couriers. He's going to get what? He's going to get 2 of these. He's got Blink Up. Easy couple of Couriers there to add to the cause here for TSpirit.
Yotaro with the, or sorry, Tokyo with an Arcane Rune, and with Blood Rage, easily takes out the tier 2 in just a matter of seconds. Continues to feel like they can do so much, and Live to Win just have to stay sitting back and farming. No real aggressive plays that they can make at this point now. And they're swinging over. They seem to know that there's heroes up around here too. They get another deep ward down too in this high ground controlling the Live to Win jungle. Yeah, just they literally see like everything on the map. So they know exactly where the Live to Win heroes are. They've done their preparation too. Like all the itemization, I'm really liking it when I'm clicking through everyone on Spirit. They've got the Crimson Guard in just in case of all this damage to be able to block the Wukong, to be able to block versus the Lycan summons and all that too. Everyone tanking up, everyone preparing for the next stages is... Yeah, I think they know that they're just in a really comfortable spot now in this game. I mean, a full BKB for the Ursa. Yotaro not giving them any hopes, not going for any greedy item.
Toros.
He saw the book get resummoned up here, so they know the FN's in the area.
Yeah, he wants the money.
He's gonna kill the book.
He wants the money. Easy money. And Afterlife's coming into this. Mira's already, they're already looking to TP out. They will cancel the TP to help out, but Dream's going to turn up. Mira's going to be dead for sure. It's Toronto Tokyo. He's got the cheese and the BKB. The BKB is Live to Win. They'll try and chase a little bit. Yotoro's making his way over though. As soon as the Ursa turns up, they need to start backing away Live to Win. As Yotaro trying to chase in onto Immersion. See if he can keep himself on top of the Nyx Assassin. No, they've got the Yules from Afterlife. That'll stop the chase here from Yotaro.
Decent. Live to Win, buying themselves a little bit more time, getting Dream a little bit more farm. It really is just buying time for Monkey King to get 6 slotted. The Scotty could be a pretty nice pickup for sure, versus Death Prophet in particular, versus the Ursa. Good kiting item. And he is finding the space on the map. It's just this, the Ursa just looming way above him. But they are scouting the Ursa. I'm seeing them. They're sticking a wolf on him to make sure they are keeping tabs of Yotaro's positioning. If they can fight away from the Ursa, can still see Live to Win have a chance in this game.
It's going to be hard though, especially while how long's he got left on the Aegis? Still got a minute, so a good time to find a fight down bottom. Gonna blow everything onto Mira here. Wukong's and the lasso, no messing around to make sure that Rubik goes down. Yotaro trying to chase here, following the path of the Firefly of Afterlife. He's into the trees.
Whoa.
Oh, so Yotaro not see where he cut the trees down there? I guess not. Doesn't quite see the trees cut down to the right. And maybe he does now. Okay, now he's searching with the courier. He's going to see the angle in now as Afterlife. He's been found. Yotaro gets him. Afterlife, he's going to pop the Yules. Try and run. Firefly is back up, though, and that will get him out of there.
Top looks like they were trying something onto Tokyo with FN's ulti, but weren't able to quite get it. He's dropping low, and they did force the exorcism. And FN just, he just ran the blue book into him and gave him the gold.
Easy money.
Tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How close are we to the bash on Yotaro? He's getting to the point where
he's close.
He's going to have a slot for his well. Aegis has gone in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and he went for the BKB. He went for the really safe item rather than going for the basher this time around. Dream is looking to set up and get his split push on already around this bottom. They've kept the lead only at 8k, which is pretty decent for Live to Win after all those mistakes in the early game.
Sure.
still quite an uphill battle.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And we see it.
So FN, he at least has AC done, and he's going to be going for the next big item, which is the Aghanims, which I feel like he has to go for something that's going to be able to enable his Monkey King. So
yeah,
that could be an interesting approach.
He's got to let Dream pop off.
Yeah. They have. I was clicking around to see if anyone was going for. I don't know if they can, but I feel like someone should just buy like Medallion and Solar Crest and everything. It's really just anything you can buff up this Monkey King with. Even though he's versus Dispels and all of it, it really does feel like it has to get to the point.
There's a courier here. Was fortunately for Dream though, he hadn't picked anything up yet on it. But also unfortunately, it doesn't mean he's going to have to make his way over to a secret shop himself to pick up that point booster to get the Skadi complete now. But his courier out the game for 3 minutes.
That's going to be a pretty impactful item versus Death Prophet, versus Oracle, versus all these heals he'll be able to counteract it, versus the kiting too. All those heroes are mobility heroes that they rely on. So that could be pretty nice. That could be a decent comeback for them. The Wukongs is going to be absolutely everything. As the line is drawn, TSpirit, they want to push forward here. Arcane Rune on Tokyo, Exorcism in 10 seconds.
And the TP's back. They just start defending. See how aggressive what Yotaro wants to play. I mean, it doesn't look like too much. They just want to force back Live to win. They're going to pop the smoke, actually, both sides. Spirit's ready to hunt and see if Live to Win left anyone out on the map. At the same time, Live to Win ready to go straight out the base and see if they can catch Spirit.
Are they going to try to reclaim the outpost for themselves? Yotaro might just go for it. Yeah, he's going to do it.
Let's see if
denying away that outpost. Live to Win. Can they do anything here if they see anybody split up?
We're going to see some of them breaking from the smoke already. Afterlife still on the hunt, seeing if he can get maybe a lasso to start things off. Collapse. He's able to turn Rupture down onto Suneko. Fight will begin. Spike Carapace holds back Collapse for now. We'll see Yotaro clean up the Necro books completely as they're taking out the fight straight away. Live to Win. Holding off to the side. Still being very cautious about what sort of jump they'll make to get in on this.
How many Necros has he killed now? I think that's the 4th set at the very
we can get some numbers on that.
He's gotten a ton of gold from it. FN has to be more careful where he sends them in. It has to just go on the supports. It can't go anywhere near the realms of the Ursa.
Yeah, we see straight up 2k gold given away from the Necro books this game. 900 gold on the Ursa alone.
They're smoked up, looking for themselves their pickoff. They do have the blink on the Batrider with the haste, and they do have the soulbind coming from the Grimstroke if they do see heroes together.
And hang on.
Poshka?
He's caught a little AFK there, but Poshka just sitting in the river. Him and Mira are dead, and now they're trying to chase on for more. They're looking towards Collapse. See if they can take down this Bloodseeker. Get the blood right down. There'll be a buyback from Poshka. Toronto Tokyo's charged with the ultimate. They do manage to get the false promise save onto Collapse. Yotaro just tears apart Dream. As Dream just falls over completely. FN's going for the TP out. Are they able to find anything to catch him? They do. The bash on the root, it's there. As FN's retreat will be put to a stop. And now with the chase on from Mira, they might just catch Afterlife as well. Some Firefly on Firefly action, but Afterlife just had that movement speed advantage. Toronto Tokyo trying to chase, but yeah, he's going to have to blink up, so Bat will get out. 2 buybacks coming out from Spirit there.
I'm surprised Spirit didn't actually just swing and check the Roche. It actually spawned it right away when the fight was kicking off, and Dream has to be more careful with his positioning. He just gets caught on the low ground, not on a tree, not in
Suneko.
And he's just dead.
They're able to catch another. Still outside of the base, didn't quite make it back to the safety of his high ground. And now they're ready to push. 3 heroes dead. Good time to get some damage done. Suneko immediately popping the buyback. They'll have FM back up in a few seconds. His ultimate ready in 20. As they jump in, Yotaro, he's just going in straight underneath the tier 4s. He's in onto Afterlife. Afterlife goes down. At the embrace of the soulbind down to the 2 of them, but they're able to back away, reset. Afterlife does have buyback. As they're losing these top racks, we'll see what Live to Win can do. They've got the ult ready on FN.
They're all playing on the southern side too. They know that the Monkey King's on the tree line, so they can just avoid that Wukong setup and easily trickle out of the base without any threat of losing.
Yeah, it's easily done it by Spirit. And a DD rune awaits them outside the Roche pit.
Of course it does.
So again, a Another easy Roche. And this,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
of course, being the third. What do we have? The refresher shard for the team. We are seeing Live to Win looking to contest this. They're heading over. They've got to make a move quickly. And Roche is already down. The kill, the Aegis, the shard, and the cheese. It's all Team Spirit. We'll see coming in onto the Necro books. Afterlife TP's in. Yatoro, he's found Dream. Jumps in straight away to look towards the Monkey King. Dream trying to get the ult off. Will be able to do so. Pops the Wukong's command. But the Ursa still on top of him as they'll lose Dream. They did manage to take him down the once, but they know it's over. With Dream dead for 70, there's no chance of turning this. As GG is called, Team Spirit take this game 2. And my goodness, it was completely different to what we saw in game 1. Live to Win looking rather lost this time round. FN having a really tough time on the Lycan.
Just, I mean, tough time. I feel like they just made so many individual mistakes on the side of Live to Win that they had no hope in this game. Like this top play where Toronto
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Radiant
Keeper of the light.
Earth Shaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Game 3. Around the corner. TSpirit live to win. We've had 2 even games. Come on and bring us something even in this 3rd game. We are watching the upper division of the DPC League for Eastern Europe. And you are watching ESL One powered by Intel. And we are joined by Purge on the big screen helping us for the draft. We got Kyle, we got T Governor, and we hopefully, I believe, we have a draft as well. So we can see what these 2 teams have in store for each other. And we are going to focus on the first thing, setting up good lanes. It sounds so simple, Purge. It just is like, get good lanes so you don't lose in the first 10 minutes, right?
It sounds very simple. I think what's really important to point out to people at home is that sometimes we see pro players drafting so focused on lanes, and people are like, why aren't they picking the obviously better hero here? And it's because that last game was a perfect, absolutely perfect demonstration of what happens if really good teams have better lanes than you. They take that advantage and they just destroy you. You have no chance of winning. That's why it's so important to make sure that while you're doing all this crazy calculus, that you also have good lane setup. It's really hard to do.
And we see the vintage Coddle counter now that's developed, the Monkey King, where you find him from the trees, hop on top, easy kill. That's why it survived all the way to the last phase of the previous game, and its first 2 here by Live to Win, who also get the best hero in Dota 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting enough, coming into this 3rd game, Live to Win was first pick in the previous 2, so now TSpirit will be on first pick. And this is why we are going to see a little shift in the picks occurring, simply because, you know, they're on a different pick order.
Mars made it through the first phase bans too. Let's see him banned out, that is.
Radiant team
Yeah, potentially. I think for TSpirit, this Void Spirit is going to act as their flex between the 2 lanes, especially because now they don't have last pick in the entire draft. They needed 1 open hero, and Live to Win, this is where they are really exploiting this Monkey King, because he can be, you know, to the very end of the draft, he can be in all 3 lanes. We've seen teams on it, off lane, mid, and carry now. But right now, both teams, they're not really showing much. I think there's very stable openings.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a little bit of flex possible for both sides as well. And to be honest, there is nothing, like this is standard heroes coming out from both squads.
Yeah, I think the bans from Live to Win indicate they're more concerned about what the Shaker brings. I think they demonstrated how to beat the Shaker with this like Jakiro and the aggression, and that's why they're banning out these offlaners that can also apply a little bit more pace to the game. The Death Prophet, the Bristleback, and especially of course with Coddle, you have to respect the Bristleback. That is #1 ban if you can't have the counters.
Be afraid of Ember too, even though they already have the Voids.
And Shadow Fiend, right?
Purge, no. I would not gonna say Shadow Fiend. However, it could work.
This is the game. This is the game.
It is
the game.
Possible.
You go for that blink, go for that use. You kill anyone. Literally anyone.
I swear to God.
Did you just try to copy the British accent that Kyle normally tries to copy?
No, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what I was going for.
I'm used to it.
I'm used to it, mate.
I'm sorry I had to hear that Purge.
Oh, Seneko having a big swig of the old tea. That is the #1 thing that makes a pro player good. I can assure you, Matuma Man drinks a plenty amount of tea.
Is a very underrated beverage.
My man, let's go.
How do you know there's tea in those mugs?
What?
What? You say tea is an underrated beverage. It's like probably like #2 drink in the top 2 drink in the world.
Yeah, but like,
what's #1?
Water.
Coffee.
Wait,
all right, other than like water.
Did you say what?
Coffee, tea,
coffee, tea, water.
those are top 3 for sure. Tea, like I don't know how can you say it's underrated? It's like top 3.
I think it's below water and coffee, and I think it should be.
I think
#1.
If you were to ask someone, they probably would go like fizzy drinks.
Please hold.
They'd forget. But anyways, doesn't matter. Live to win. They go for an Oracle. opening up that second phase with that position 5 pick. We've seen it time and time again.
This would be a perfect opportunity, by the way, to plug our favorite beverage.
It is actually
But we're not
water,
sponsored by one of
tea,
those.
coffee.
Oh,
Yes!
so
Sorry.
Perk
Got
actually
happy.
had it almost.
Let me check if the second thing that I find is also...
say. I don't know if that list goes in that order in Ukraine. My experience is there.
Hey,
I mean, it's in the world.
What's underrated? What is it?
10 seconds remaining.
is he water? No,
la,
that's
la.
underrated.
What's it called?
The world's
Compost?
most consumed beverage,
good.
not counting water, has no equal. It is not coffee. It is not beer. It is tea. There you go.
Get out, Kyle.
National
Get out.
Geographic has it, and as well as the other random website that I found first.
Thank
All
you.
right, well,
I appreciate that.
let's move
You're
back onto the draft, guys, and not to
It's a save for a
the entire
save.
conversation.
You know, Live to Win go for the Oracle, TSpirit go for the Shadow Demon. They're trying to match the, if you jump us, we've got that one kind of gotcha hero that can
Yeah.
at least turn the
Well,
tide.
I like Astila because you purge all the Oracle kills off as well.
We
In
got another
addition,
Lycan.
You disrupt during the ultimate aggressively if necessary. Yeah, really nice Lycan pick.
Is this FN's redemption game?
I'm not sure.
I mean, if he doesn't have a bad matchup, maybe it should be
10
fine, right?
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
it should be. But I think after that second game, he wants to prove to everyone watching, all his fans, that he can play the Lycan.
I mean, this is just so good against Void Spirit because you just run at him.
Yes.
And sure, later in the game, you can clear through the army,
Uh-huh.
but most of the time, your remnants are eating creeps and you just straight up get ran at. But yep, there's the Mars.
There's Mars, collapse Mars. So the Void Spirit will be mid. It'll be SD playing the safe lane, the Kotl plus Mars off lane. Yeah, I like what they have right now from TSpirit. It's very
10
strong,
seconds
and
remaining.
it reminds me of that just the second game. They can play aggressive, they can win the lanes, but also when Live to Win start running at you, they have this kind of counterplay. Where the Mars can turn the fight, the disruption can turn the fight. Void Spirit could maybe survive on a sliver of HP and suddenly the fight's turned once again. But it is a much better game for Live to Win. They have much more stable approach, especially because they don't have complete out lanes.
Everybody on the tea. If there is
The
indeed
supports-
tea in the mugs.
The supports are a little bit weak against the Lycan running you, but I really like Mars ulti for that because if you're not hitting the back line, like catching Earthshaker or Oracle, then you could definitely force Lycan to be trapped in for a couple seconds, which gives them a solution. And I agree with what you said, Kyle, about Lycan running at Void Spirit, but I feel like Void Spirit's also hitting back lines in this engagement. So because they can potentially offset Lycan aggression with Mars, it should keep the supports a lot more survivable. And in that sense, right now, I like TSpirit's overall team fight a lot better.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just trying to think about this offlane, where if it is Mars Kotl, Monkey King is meant to thrive in these melee offlane matchups. But because of Mars having that spear, the rebuke,
too much.
plus the illuminate, it is a lot of spam, and Monkey doesn't like that type of lane. Oracle might help offset that with some additional regen, but this alone might put some fears in how Live to Win gets to play the 15-minute mark. If Monkey's in recovery mode, Lycan just has to like dodge the Mars, and
You also don't want to put Lycan up top. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Monkey off lane or Lycan off lane, but I don't know, like you said in the previous wrap up, I don't know if they can play those heroes on
yeah,
Afterlife.
do they have the flexibility?
So
Yeah.
that hamstrings them because you really don't want to play either hero into the Kotl Mars here. And one of those Bat Pango bandouts. So yeah, Spirit expect an Afterlife hero.
I'd probably go with like a
10 seconds
troll
remaining.
for TSpirit just to round out their draft. Pretty stable, strong laner. SD's pretty weak, so you need to have that off lane like packs a bit more of a that carry that packs a bit more of a punch.
Pango ban. Tier Blade ban.
TB would have been really good. Conjure image against Lycan auras. Not to mention just overall physical damage. Works out really nice with Mars protecting too.
We've seen we haven't seen much Terrorblade in this region, but it's very popular in China.
Even in the lower division CIS, it's pretty prominent.
Some wild games today. Elephant versus PSG LGD. I think was the last before the Chinese.
Ooh, they go for a win condition. Big
morphling.
win condition. Okay.
That's I always feel like this matchup against Lycan kind of goes both ways because Lycan can't hit a timing in the mid game, but at the end of the day, Morphling with like 3 items, you just win. You know, Lycan never touches you.
The key thing here
Matches
is
base damage.
Live to Win has to respect the eventual E-Blade of the Morphling and get a BKB at the right time. If you have a point where you go for the wrong itemization and there's like that 5-minute window where Morphling has this E-Blade, Monkey can never show. Lycan can show, but he's going to be on half HP and running away with his ultimate. And I've seen time and
Oracle
time again.
specifically
Yeah,
gets
Oracle
blown
as
up.
well. Yeah, this is I really like how TSpirit got to this draft and the development of, you know, the 2 games prior that has allowed them to get this second phase Mars. And yeah, I enjoy this. Much better from TSpirit. One of the best drafts I think I've seen so far in the tournament.
With their lane exploitations, at least, like it feels really difficult for Liv to win to kill Morphling right now, unless they like have Monkey and Earthshaker there with some other damage.
Yeah, it's got to be their last pick that does it.
This is, I guess, the weakness of Shaker as the 4 in this type of pick, because Shaker will never apply threat to a Morphling in safe lane, and there's no offlaner that you can pick that instantly will 1v1 beat the Morphling. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting scenario that Liv to win in right now.
Yep. Shaker basically guarantees a 1v1 or like a weird offlane with a lot of creep pulling and blocking, but Morph just straight up dominates most 1v1.
Night Stalker still would be the ooh, okay.
So it's offlane Riki or Monkey then?
I would assume it would be carry Riki, and they're flexing the Lycan and Monkey to whatever roles required.
I would like to say offlane Lycan, because to your point, you just kind of exist there. Yeah. You block the creep wave back, you pull it on Shaker, and you just end up swapping farm.
That's true.
But they had a hell of a game on Riki previously. You match up really nicely against the Mars. He reduces damage from the front. You want to hit him from the back. It works.
Smoke screen be Morphling.
True.
I like the idea. I just think that TSpirit, they have such a well-rounded draft, and Live to Win, they just looked real sloppy that game 2. They've had to have an incredible team talk going into this game 3 to really kind of get themselves back up.
Yeah. Purge, final thoughts on the draft?
I think the Riki is like a perfect hero for the circumstance, but forcing like Lycan and Monkey to be other 2 cores, I feel like they might have tempo issues that could cause them issues. So with that said, whoever had the not Riki draft, I like them better.
All right, thank you very much. The non-Riki draft was on the side of TSpirit. Purge went with TSpirit for game 2 as well, and he was correct.
My heart, everything in my brain says Lycan, Riki, Monkey King shouldn't work as a tricore. But my heart says Seneco's playing Earth. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Earthshaker.
Seneco's playing Oracle, actually.
But they have Earthshaker.
Yes.
And that's enough.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'll go with that. I think
that's it?
No, I was trying to think. I'm trying to think it. I'm just so skeptical of Live to Win now. That game 2 really made me question everything about them. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with TSpirit. But I want Live to Win, but I'm going to go with Spirit.
If Live to Win play the same way as they did in game 2, and they're not going to get very much further. We need a little bit of a better performance than that.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what? I just hope we're going to see some good Dota 2. I'll do the cop out on this one. 3rd game of the series. I'm happy with that one, and I'm sure our commentary team is as well. It's over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, the deciding game now between Live to Win and TSpirit. But we're seeing some of the same heroes come out. The Lycan and the Monkey King once again from Live to Win. This time they are changing it up a little bit. FM playing the Monkey King and Afterlife playing the Lycan almost certainly on the side lane. Do you like this? And well, actually, I have to hold that for us. We might see someone go down here for first butters already. They're looking to jump in onto Collapse. 3-man fishes out. They're trying to bring down this Mars. Can they quite do it? Dreams in with the wolves as well from Afterlife is not enough though, as FN has to start stepping back. Couldn't quite bring Collapse down. 3-man route out onto them, but was TSpirit running them down. Big Illuminate blast onto Seneco and Afterlife, as neither team actually losing anyone here. As a few heroes getting low, but not quite enough from either side to burst a single hero down to 0. So overall, do you like this change up with the Monkey King and the Lycan, and are you okay with this sort of tricore with the Riki thrown in as well? That we did hear Purge had some sort of reserved feelings about, as Purge did favor that of Spirit's draft.
It feels very greedy. It feels like they are going for some super greedy type of lineup, and I feel like the Morphling is the best hero in the game at this point. So the greed will probably pay off for Yatoro if the game does proceed to the later stages, if Live to Win can't push the issue forward here. And we'll see as TSpirit, they do come out of that with 2 wolf kills, I think it was. They did use a ton of regen. I actually think Collapse used everything. It's Fairy Fire and his 3 tangos. So he's up top with pretty limited. Mira does at least have a tango and a stop for him, but now they'll have to bring some. And it's actually the Coddle bottom with the Morphling. I thought it would be the Coddle Mars top to be able to put the pressure onto the Riki, but yeah, they put the Shadow Demon instead.
That certainly is, it's one of those main partners that keep the light really enable early on. But
yeah, the Shadow Demon, they can do some fun combos if someone's out of position. Obviously with the disrupt, with the setup and all that, but yeah, I thought they would be able to just do the big spam with the Coddle. I guess wanting to push the wave out bottom might be something else that they're looking at too, because they don't want this. They want to be able to play versus the Earthshaker in a way where he pulls the lane back, they push it so far forward that they're going to be able to get the side pulls off and maximize. Could be something like that going through their heads.
And
did you see the item that Yatoro started with, by the way? Sorry. He's Fluffy Hat.
He is. He's got this interesting approach. I mean, do you mind for the Falcon Blade on Morphling? Is that going to slow down his other timings, or you don't think so too much that it's actually okay to slot into your build as a Morphling early game?
I'm not the biggest Morphling player. I'm not really too sure, but I haven't seen the best Morphlings in the best Morphlings in the world do it, so I'm going to say that I don't really like it so much.
I mean, no, that's fair. As you say, I don't think we've seen any of them try for this, but we'll see. We'll see if it works out for you, Toro. See if it feels nice in the way his game plays out. We'll see up top. Going in onto Collapse. Mirror holding back Dream. Long enough. Allows Collapse to sneak into the trees. They'll salve up the Mars, keep him safe.
They're playing well around that. The lack of regen that he really did have. They did bring some extra up there, but look at them putting that pressure. He's down to the 1 tango again. Mira only 3. This top lane looks like it will probably start to get kind of difficult for Spirit as these levels do start to come for the Oracle. They can set up kills pretty easily. The Oracle onto either the Mars or the SD when they have level 3. Those Purifying Flames will be quite threatening.
And what you sort of expect out of this the mid lane matchup? Void Spirit against the Monkey King.
FN should come out quite ahead. But once he's got like the level 2 Jingu, you just get these free hits always, and you'll be able to just power deny. And when he gets the Orb of Venom, I see he didn't opt to start with it, but once he gets that, it makes it way harder for Tokyo. As you get Jingu, and then you just power deny as this Monkey King. Top.
Oh, they're able to get the spear. Tricks the trade and a jump out. I mean, it's sort of as good as the setup is. It's, you know, unless you're sort of catching Dream already low, he's always very likely to be able to jump away after it comes to an end.
Yeah, Ricky has a pretty ridiculous base regen too, so when he has the Tango running, he's safe, and he's just building up all these stick charges versus Shadow Demon. And you are one of the higher armor heroes in the game at the start, so that Rebuke is not as threatening as usual.
We've seen the farm appear. Dream 10 for 2. And it's the 15 and 0, so Dream, of course, we have with this wave underneath the tower. Pretty even there between Dream and Collapse.
Collapse off to a good start, though. Up to 16 last hits while we see the opposing side, the Lycan not having nearly the same amount versus Yatoro. And Yatoro, he pretty much has the Falcon Blade dot, so it is going to come out very early, and it's just nice damage and regen and all that. We'll see if he can make it fit into the build for the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, this bottom lane overall, would you consider this a very hard lane for the Morph to play into, or?
No.
No, because this off-lane Lycan, I mean, normally if this was in another setup, say if this was in the mid lane, the Morph lane is going to be more than fine, and a Shaker, I feel, early on is not really going to change too much up. Sure, you've got to be careful of the occasional Fissure catching you whilst you're low, but very unlikely they're ever going to take this Morph down in the lane.
No, if he dies, it's entirely that he made a humongous mistake. Yeah. There's no way that like a wolf hits him and he dies or something during a fissure. I don't know. That should never, ever happen. And it's like in offlane can work pretty well versus the lower base damage heroes, the lower base damage carries, but versus Morphling, he can just last hit right through everything. Your wolves don't actually help. See the runes come out. Tokyo will get lucky. He will get that regen up top.
And we are seeing, though, as you say, FN just getting the advantage here mid. 24-5 against the 15 for 0. Monkey King, well and truly coming out on top.
Baits the glyph. Nice play by FN there. Turn to Boundless and just get a little fake. Tokyo pops the glyph, and then now FN full heals. Seeing a lot of players really bait out the glyphs onto those Boundless strikes.
Can make for some very cute plays, especially if it, you know, done in situations where the Monkey King's overextending to get that heal.
FN? Power's still on him.
He's going to have to Boundless. Instant full heal.
There it is.
Power of the Monkey King there.
And now Kato left bottom. He's at least a speedy hero, so he'll be able to run all the way back down there, maybe stack some camps too. He's actually sticking in the area for a moment.
FN getting in again.
For FN.
This time won't quite be able to get the Jingu built up, but he will have a Boundless to throw out and get the stack, but it doesn't matter.
Nice dodge. All right, and Miposhka's staying around there. Not your usual gank to come out from Coddle, but with the one point in that solar bind, makes it enough for Tokyo to be able to kite him out. And Morphling is still just doing fine, so he doesn't actually have to head all the way back down there.
Yeah, nice and I guess so as we see, the Falcon Blade is just picked up instead of what the more standard couple of Wraith Bands you'd see on this hero.
Yeah, but the Wraith Bands are just so nice. Like, they give you actual attack speed, which is just amazing for a hero like Morphling, where you're all about your base stats. It's probably gonna work anyway. Honestly, I'm seeing it picked up a lot on all these just ranged Agis. So.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? The rune's being checked up again. I'm gonna double check the bottom rune, and it's gonna spawn top for Tokyo again.
Seeing FN and Immersion looking to chase down Miposhka. Should have him here. FN needing. Oh, actually, he's got the movement speed against him.
He does not.
He does not. 375 against the 350.
Top. They get the poison stacks. It's more than enough to take out Dream.
Well, already time for the tips to start coming out again. Of course, this was all started by Live to Win back in that first game of the series.
Collapse 37 last hits. He already has his Orb of Corrosion up here too. That is quite threatening, as they have the Catapult Wave pushing it. They can actually apply a decent amount of pressure on this top. About to hit 6 too, so we have that 6 now also finished. I think something just broke in my house. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I heard that as well. You're right. What did the cat do? Well, hopefully. Yeah, he's still there, Fogged. I'm sure he's fine, chat. I'm sure he's fine. Anyway, what have we got going on? As top plate. Farm for Dream. Still up there in the top spot. Him and FN. Actually, all three of their cores right there at the top. It's just Yatoro that's a little behind. Get the setup onto Dream. Dream. He's out to the side. And he's away. Not quite enough catch yet. And Collapse not finding a chance to drop down the arena. We'll see over towards mid. Toronto, Tokyo getting in aggressive. With the DD rune, he's diving in with the Astral Step. He's done it. Cuts down FN. Kill is his now. Over towards Miposhka. Miposhka will make it away, but good use there of the DD rune. We're still seeing, though, around mid. Shaker, he was hanging around. They're actually going to get themselves another one of this. Immersion also losing his life in the mid lane. Not quite sure what the plan was there coming forward. Against
okay, I'm back.
Yeah, but are we all good? What happened?
I'm not sure. Something popped. I don't know what it was. I'll look for it after the game.
I bet it was the cat.
This action.
It's Toronto Tokyo. He's going to find another. He found 3 kills, basically, with that DD rune. They do lose Miposhka. Yeah, he dove in mid. He gets the kill onto FN. He gets the kill onto Immersion, who comes mid as the Shaker. And then he also gets the kill onto Seneko. All through the duration of the same DD rune.
Well, that's the dream for this boy Spirit. I missed everything. And now Yatoro can just go to the jungle. They're going to be able to pressure bottom with Afterlife with this book on the side of Live to Win. But yeah, that's huge. Getting this Void Spirit enabled. Now he can make moves around very easily with Collapse too. He's going to be enabled to set up kills onto potentially this Riki. High burst damage now on him with the Max Resonant Pulse. 2 points in Nathan Remnant too. It's going to be a nice gank setup onto this Riki.
See the game. We're going to see the replay here for you, folks, what we had earlier.
I need this.
So that was, yeah, him getting in. That's at the start of the DD rune. Quick one on FN, and we see Immersion. He kind of looks all right here, but then suddenly he isn't. As you'll see him head towards mid. They're sweeping around, and Immersion isn't quite ready for Toronto Tokyo to swing back in on him.
Yeah, Astral Step with DD is a huge power level that you can't have to be prepared for. But they do lose those kills, but it looks like they're actually okay off of this. They do make a nice move to bottom.
We see you on the camera as well.
They're okay. Oh, we do. Yeah, I have to go check some stuff, man. I don't know what the hell happened. Dude, I'm actually concerned. I have no idea what exploded.
It sounded loud. Something broke. Something's definitely broken in your house. That was a definite smash.
We have more focus now in the game. Much more important things to be looking at as Live to Win.
What we got?
Aggressively posturing themselves, and that's just about it. Collapse takes top tower. 10 minutes kicking off supports. Now getting close to that 6. Coddle will receive his. Now we're going to see what Miposh can do with setting up these recalls constantly around the map.
see what build up FN goes for this game. What's he got coming out? Okay, he's going to be going the Witchblade, I guess.
Witchblade?
Yeah,
that's what
Witchblade Rush, I guess,
well.
is the mid-Monkey King this game.
Okay.
Excellent.
So not going to be going for the farming build.
No.
And I mean, he can't actually. He has the Ricky on his team, so they have to go for these type of more damage builds and all that. That's fine. Afterlife going to finish the book 3 before he looks to get involved. And I think there's going to be a bit of a quiet little game here in this mid game. I think both teams are really wanting to just farm and pick up these next few items, because Collapse can probably be the one to make those moves if it just comes to him, but he also wants to farm his item.
I mean,
but yeah, on Live to Win, it's just Immersion. Immersion's the only one who can really make a lot of things happen in the game, so it's really up to them to try to farm his blade.
Oh, Collapse.
They're actually setting up for these two.
And he's going to lay down the arena, but they're already in on him. They will manage to knock him back. There's Miposhka. He may have just done enough to keep them Collapse safe, as now they're ready to turn. Toronto Tokyo coming in with the Astral Steps. Dreams off to the side. The Spear will catch onto FN. Another jump forward, but Snakeo's now in with the backup. Afterlife committing with the ult, chasing down Collapse. They'll get Collapse. They'll find Toronto Tokyo in the trees. He's got no to assimilate, no more Astral Steps to get away from this, as the Boundless Strike will set up for them to kill him off as well, as they get both of the cores.
Now they can swing to mid too. That recall actually hurting them more than helping. The quick TP rotations from Live to Win. And them setting up a gank with their 2 carries, when specifically the Ricky carry who's going for Battle Fury, he actually goes for an attempted gank with FN, and it ends up working. 2 big core kills.
That's going to give him a nice bit of a boost, as still having to, still the slightly less farm to the cores of the game, but incredibly closer across the board. And the top ones still that of Live to Wins and hitting good timings. Level 3 Necro book done, 12 minutes in on Afterlife.
And during all this, they're giving Immersion the mid lane so that he can just chill and farm. And I think they're recognizing that, Morphling, it's just a hero that always just takes some time to build up. So if they can look to set up, if Collapse is ever isolated, they can punish him. But if his team is around him, Collapse is probably one of the strongest in the Coddle and this Void Spirit around. Mid tower does not look defendable for Live to Win. They don't have deep push.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not at all, really. A wave clear being a Fisher and a Boundless Strike, and that's not always going to be there, with FN having to use this time to finish off his first item, and it's pretty much done. So Witchblade will be ready for the next fight on FN.
They can smoke up. They got the book 3 too.
Yeah,
this is a pretty big spike here for Live to Win. They're drawing the lines actually to invade into the triangle, it looks like here. They're probably looking to just hunt for the Morphling. Toro, don't think he's going to get caught by it. It's really tough to kill him anyway. But they might be able to find the Coddle in the backlines. Just scout with the Wolf. And yeah, Miposhka.
Trouble there, taking down the Keeper of the Light. The question is if they can anything more out of this. Is, of course,
they can swing on mid nicely from here.
The Spirit's going to be careful now, surely. They're bringing in Collapse.
Yeah, they have to bring Mars.
Collapse wants to go with an arena. He might have a chance. Snakeo's waiting in the trees, ready to offer a backup, but Collapse, he's able to catch the 2, and then Spear's off the mark, though. They do jump straight away in onto Snakeo. They're able to burst through the Oracle before Snakeo can do anything other than the False Promise, but the False Promise might just be enough as he keeps Afterlife ready to continue fighting. They get themselves straight on top of Yatoro with the slam. He's locked down. He'll fall. The counterplay is there, though, with the catch onto Dream, but Dream's able to jump out to the side. They've got him with the grab. The Remnant from Toronto Tokyo takes him out. Now with the knockback on Immersion, TSpirit might just have the setup for the Shaker as well as Immersion. He's trying to escape, but a God's Rebuke from Collapse takes him out, as they'll lose 4 heroes there. Maybe even more. FN.
Oh.
Remnant will be dodged, so FN will live. But a big move there from Spirit. I mean, as you say, Spirit just fully aware that Live to Win may sweep round like that after they lose Miposhka, and it's behind tier 1s. Perfect place for Collapse to set things up with the arena. And then even when they lose the Morph, it didn't matter, as from the rest of the 4 of them, they just have so much damage right now, especially from this Void Spirit and Mars with the burst that they can offer.
And he's the hero who kills the book as well, too. The book 3 was there for a second. Collapse just rebukes it down. And if he's able to get those type of setups, it's going to be hard for Liv to win to battle versus it.
Oh, the Spirit. They call FN.
Steal it.
Very nicely done there by Collapse.
Uh-oh. Things quickly falling.
Yeah.
out of control here after one quick fight. Just a perfect positioning from the Mars TPing in, and his team just all being backed up for him. Now he has his Blink Dagger and more. All 3 cores incredibly farmed. Dream very far away from this Battle Fury as he was looking to get involved with his team in these last few.
He needs more time. He needs more time, but Spirit definitely not giving it to them. And Collapse coming in with some big plays in these team fights. We'll see.
This is tough. Collapse. We just saw him go back, pick up the blink. They're set up around top. The ult is ready. Immersion. He shows his face.
And he's dead.
Quick, easy kill. Onto his own Fissure.
Speared into his own Fissure.
Oof.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
And they're making these moves very fast now because of this Kato. Miposhka being able to recall right after the blink is picked up. They continue this pressure. And it's time where Immersion does not get to farm his Blink Dagger, which it really feels like Live to Win's going to need to be able to kick off these good fights. As the Morphling, that's before he's at his power spike. He's starting to get much stronger as this time does build up anytime they do give you Toro. But they have a long ways until Dream is even close to being caught up. And they don't have the same combo as they did in the first game that they did with the Riki, with the vacuum, with the chain stuns and everything. They only have the Earthshaker to be those real stuns and control for him to pop off with all of his damage. Tokyo setting up for Dream bottom. Ooh. Close.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Death's bounty.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Seeing Toro doing 1400 over the Asher. Trying to get the Manta done first this game. He's going to have some nice potential anyway if he's just able to get the shake with them all. But of course, with the build right now of Immersion, it's just that 1 point on totem, so won't really make for the most deadly of Morphlings.
That'll be later. He'll be able to have fun with that later on. As the setup for mid, again, they see this inevitable push coming. Collapse. Not actually looking to TP over. Are they actually going to recall him? They're not quite using it. He's now going to start TPing.
As soon as he's in, the push kind of comes to a stop here. Very hard for Live to Win to get in on this.
They're saving the book 3. Look at this. Sineko is healing it up. Fate's Edict and Purifying Flames until they continue the push with it. Just going to swing toward bottom. And Mars, look at Collapse. He just has to meet wherever this push goes. Just be able to plop down his ult for his team to follow up. Team did use quite a bit of TPs, I believe, though, toward that mid lane.
And they don't want to lose their tier 2s yet.
Nah, they popped the glyph.
Can do a very good job at defending towers. Not hard for TSpirit's lineup.
Oh, that was a fun play. He jumps in, rebukes spears, and then gets recalled up top.
All right, and now he might be able to catch Dream. Dream might not be ready for this. 2 seconds until Blink and Spears up. And they've got him pinned to the tree. Do they have enough damage though? With Toronto, Tokyo, they definitely do. A quick, very smart move there. I mean, we are seeing teams, the ones with the Kotl players, they know how to really catch you by surprise with these global moves.
Yeah, they show him bottom really fast, and then they did see the recall happen immediately, but they don't know where it is. And they also do fun plays with the chakra. That's the other thing I'm always seeing. There's double God's Rebuke in almost all of these team fights. So the book gets summoned, he rebukes once, gets chakra, rebukes again. Up top there, maybe a little bit of limited damage. They do the same thing. They have the rebuke. Tier 2's taken. They can take outposts, but Live to Win can at least claim the opposing sides to even it out.
There's a lot of pressure on this Riki. I mean, Dream, especially with the builds being as they are on FN and Afterlife. I mean, Afterlife's understandable, and FN's, as we say, he's got this Witchblade into now the BKB to fight. He's not going to be farming. There's going to be a point where Morphling's going to be scaling ahead, and Ricky's got to keep up. Otherwise, they're just not going to have the late game carry potential to match up against the Morph.
I don't think that they're going to have the late game carry potential. Morph is the king of this game. When it gets to later.
Yeah, Morph against Riki, you think Morph's going to have the edge?
Yeah, and also with the way that I see itemization, Collapse going for a Crimson Guard. It's really mostly physical on Live to Win. They will find a pick off on Mira. Collapse waiting up on the side here.
He's going to get in. He's going to get in on this. He's going to be open up straight away. Burst through immersion. Seneko also taken out as Toronto Tokyo straight up on the backlines. They just nuke down FN with the damage output. And Yatoro is going to turn into the Monkey King, look to try and chase Afterlife. Thinking about maybe getting back in on there, but he's without both the Shaker and the Monkey King for this fight.
Mira, almost dies to the summons, but Collapse quickly cleans him up. And right around the Roche pit with the Morphling. Extremely fortunate. Immersion will be spawning in about 4 seconds, but not going to be able to get there in time.
Yeah, they need more time left to win. They've just got the Battle Fury done now on the Ricky, but this, of course, is nowhere near any sort of record-breaking timing. He needs a lot of space, Dream, until he's able to be any sort of threat. He's got to at least get that Ags done before TSpirit really care about him in these team fights. And as you say, the question is if time is ever really going to favor Live to Win's lineup against what TSpirit have with their morph.
Exactly.
Getting closer and closer to having like the E-Blade on top of the Manta. And we're seeing already without the E-Blade, Jotaro playing these fights very nicely.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't feel like it's going to get better because sure, he gets Battle Fury, but even after his next item, I just look at Morphling's armor and I'm like, you don't care about what Ricky's going to do to you. You have 30 plus armor. It's going to get to the crazy numbers of like 40 plus later on. The Ricky's damage is inconsequential and you're really only playing versus one actual stun that you have to worry about. So this Morphling is going to be unbelievable as the game does progress. And this E-Blade, it's like I said, mostly physical damage, so he's going to be able to either save his buddies or just knock out a target right away. Yeah, Collapse is really kicking ass this game, and I really wanted him to too because I watched a couple of his past games where he had Mars. They actually lost the last few that he did have. It's good to see for a lot of these players just to get your confidence back because it does seem to happen to a couple of them on this hero. When you have a couple spear misses, you maybe stop picking it a couple games, but he's back and feeling very comfortable, doing an excellent job this game, and perfect itemization. That Crimson Guard versus all this physical damage and all these summons.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Will be very effective.
I mean, as you say already, with the Ricky, his damage because of the slowdown of his game is not going to be a threat, and yeah, having the Crimson Guard now as well against that, the Ricky's not going to be any threat at all.
No, he is not. And they just continue to get these nice wards down, great aggressive plays. Even Miposhka actually having a Blink Dagger also on Coddle. This is a cute pickup. I think it was Kyle who was saying like the Monkey King is one of those annoying heroes to play against because he can jump on you in the back. Hey, if you see it coming, might be able to do some fun Blink plays.
Yeah. And
then he can just Blink recall people into spots too. This is a nice pickup. They are this far ahead that he can go for stuff like this. Tokyo, DD in the box. Aghanims at the ready too, so he is extremely threatening. Next few fights for Live to Win are going to be really hard.
Yeah, I don't know how Live to Win take the fights. They have got the BKB done on FN, so you can at least get in on the front. But it's not like they don't have physical to kill him. Collapse, Toronto, Tokyo, Yatoro, they all punch very, very hard.
FN, there's ward vision. They see him perfectly. Oh, spear. I complimented him.
I mean, yeah, now he completely whiffs it. FN's able to turn, get the Wukong's command out. Does lose Seneko on the side of it. Dream's going to come over there able to keep Collapse held in the Wukongs, but still, have they actually got the damage to kill him off? They haven't. Collapse is fine. There's not enough damage for the two of them. God's Rebuke knocking him straight into the Remnant. Dream will be able to blink out before the spear connects. Toro, he's into the base. He's looking to get in aggressive onto them. They will manage to catch him with the Fisher. And Yatoro is fine. He's able to make it out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lucky that they didn't lose more on the side of Live to Win there, it feels. So you're able to scurry back to their base, but still under heavy threat. They are having a nice push bottom. This book, as well as the Wolves, are threatening it a bit here. I think they also got the Ag shard on the Lycan. Yeah. But he's just going for full split push. FN, be careful. There's so much deep vision. They're actually seeing everything from Live to Win.
They're going in again. Toronto, Tokyo, he's jumping straight in, Collapse onto the side. He's looking for Dream. Dream will be able to lay down the cloud, but there's the E-Blade. Boom!
Oh, it's already online.
Dream's gone. He's picked it up, but he's put it to great use straight away, Yatoro. And now in the high ground, they've got vision. They see Afterlife waiting up here. They get the setup straight into the tree with a spear. 2 kills for Yatoro. As this game is just it's starting to look as rough as game 2 did for Live to Win. I don't know how they come back into this one, as they're just falling further behind. You know, Dream, their only real chance of some sort of scaling carry. And as we're seeing at this point, in Spirit, they have no trouble killing him off and taking him out of the game.
As the Earthshaker 2, Immersion, it will be protected for a second, but only a quick second. As this game feels completely impossible. The Riki has nowhere to recover. All this ward coverage that I'm just seeing Maposhka put down too, so they just see all the moves even happening before Live to Win even thinks about doing them. They have a base ward at 25 minutes. It's all going in favor of them, as Morphling, the king of the game, quick early E-Blade, evaporating any targets he really looks for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It really is. Toro having a great time this time round. And
they're trapped. They're trapped in their base. They've got the full coverage. The high ground ward on both of the entrances to the jungle. They've got the base ward as well. They're at least getting some pushing power going down bottom from this constant wolf that's going there, but they're not going to be able to get much more out of the map at all. And the Riki needs another 2 items to ever have hopes of dealing with this more.
Bottom of
They're even recalling the blink in aggressively.
Oh, FN. He does BKB in time. He has to. He has to BKB to get out of there, and he will. He'll be able to TP away.
Cute by Miposhka with the blink. Blink recalls. Live to Win now. They're smoked up, looking to try to catch Tokyo if he split up. They do have that Echo Slam. The Wolves were scouting the Shadow Demon for a second. They're going to settle for Mira if they can finish him off in time. They can. Now FN, though, is jumping around, but these wards, they're spotting all of the moves. Toro on the chase.
I mean, Live to Win's coming back up here. Dream leading the way. And they're onto him. They're onto him straight away, and he's just taken out as the fight begins. Dream instantly goes down. They get the arena out. FM will be false promised. He stands his ground with the Wukong's command, turns towards Collapse, but Collapse, he just slowly bulwarks himself out to the side. Afterlife and FM both trying to commit onto the Mars. They burnt his mana, but on the side, Seneko goes down. Collapse just tanking it all. There's no BKB available now on FN as he gets blown up by the E-Blade combo. Afterlife as well, cannot get out. He's got to accept his fate here. Hands off the keyboard as he is dead. And inside the base, Yatoro even manages to chase in and dive onto Immersion as well, as it's a full team wipe. TSpirit, they're now cleaning up the high ground, and they're going to call it. They know that this game cannot be turned around, as Spirit, the series is theirs. Game 2, they played against a pretty broken-looking Live to Win, and then this game 3, it just looked even more severe, this sort of beatdown, as Live to Win just they had nothing. They had nothing against them.
Yeah, they put themselves in a weird spot this game too. I think it's just too greedy. Your Monkey King, your Lycan, and your Riki cores.
Sure.